Fantastic. Okay. I declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on PFAS into the extent, regulation and management of PFAS in Australia. I acknowledge the people of the Cunnamulla and all Tasmanian Aboriginal peoples and thank them for caring for the land and waters for thousands of years. Today's hearing is a hybrid hearing with some senators and witnesses in person and some joining us via teleconference. For the benefit of witnesses, I am the Chair, Senator Lydia Thorpe. I am joined today by the Deputy Chair, Senator Varun Ghosh, and Senator Peter Whish-Wilson, and welcome all. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege, and it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on the answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and remember to unmute when you speak. I now welcome Dr. Matt Landos, Director of Future Fisheries Veterinary Services, and Jane Bremer, Chair of Toxics Free Australia, joining us by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Matthew Andrew Landos, Director of Future Fisheries Veterinary Service, and speaking with the committee in relation to PFAS impacts across both aquatic and human health.
Thank you.
Jane Bremer, Chair of Toxics Free Australia, speaking today in relation to our submission and wanting to highlight three particular issues.
Thank you. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. So over to you.
Thank you. PFAS chemicals comprise more than 14,000 different compounds and have been incorporated into a vast array of modern items, from non-stick fry pans to stain-resistant clothing and lounges, to cosmetics, firefighting foams, pesticides, arrays of plastics, paint and dental floss, and much more. We are attempting to regulate just a few of these compounds, and I'd argue to date we have systematically failed to do this well. The consequence is one where we have exceeded the planetary boundary for these compounds such that deleterious impacts are already baked in. Through continued use and exposures, these impacts to human and environmental health are expanding. Research has identified that PFAS can damage the endocrine system, reproductive and immune systems of humans and wildlife, including fisheries. These compounds have been identified to be an immune hazard. That is, they damage the immune system and render it less capable to operate to protect our bodies and those of animals from disease threats. They've been linked to lowering the way in which vaccines work on children. The children are less protected against childhood diseases. They've been linked to increased cholesterol levels, also linked to increased cancer. These findings are what science can offer us in terms of guideposts for regulating. Unfortunately, we've continued to take just snippets of the science rather than take it on the whole and be led by the direction which science is providing us. That direction suggests that we should be managing these compounds as an entire class and that we should be rapidly moving to eliminate their use. Thank you. I'd like to open to the committee for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Landos. Ms. Bremer?
Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were going with Matt. I would like to refer the committee to our detailed and referenced submission. I won't go through the whole submission again, but I'd like to highlight a few issues that I'd like the committee to consider. Firstly is how Australia regulates chemicals and the detrimental impact on our environment and human health for the regulation of chemicals in Australia to be focused pretty much solely on risk assessment rather than hazard assessment. That leaves Australia, comparative to other OECD countries and their chemical regulatory frameworks, in a lesser position in that our environment and human health is not adequately protected. Three issues that I would like the committee to consider today is the issue of trifluorosilicic acid, which is a byproduct and a metabolite of PFAS. It's an issue that isn't being considered very well, if at all, in Australia, and yet this is a serious PFAS chemical, a short-chain PFAS chemical that's found in babies' foods and children's products. So, as we know, PFAS is a group of chemicals that is found widely throughout our entire materials production systems, and therefore human health exposure is significant, and it has serious impacts for waste management. One of the other issues I want to highlight as a result of that is the lack of waste management and waste disposal options for PFAS contaminated materials and waste, and highlight the issue of waste incineration in Australia, which is being put forward as a safe and potential solution. And we strongly disagree that that is a safe and suitable solution for PFAS waste. In fact, we are of the opinion that there is no safe waste disposal option for PFAS at the moment, and incineration has not been proved as being safe and effective, and yet it's being promoted right now in Australia. The other issue I'd like to highlight is the issue of PFAS chemicals that are increasingly being found in pesticides. I want to highlight the widespread application of advert chemicals across huge tracts of land in Australia, and the potential contribution this has to biodiversity. I'd like to highlight that Australia is a signatory to the Global Convention for Biological Diversity, and particularly Target 7, which compels signatories like Australia to take action to reduce pollution and pesticide contamination to 50% by 2030. I'm mentioning this because the federal government's nature strategy doesn't mention chemical pollution or address this issue at all, and I think this is a huge concern for Australia that needs to be addressed. I want to finally highlight the recent promotion in Australia for the incineration of Department of Defence firefighting foams. Through incineration, there is a conference being held this week to promote this technology, and it's been promoted in the media. I'd like to highlight that the United States Department of Defence is working with the Australian CSIRO to promote this practice, while at the same time the United States Department of Defence currently faces a prohibition in the US for the incineration of these firefighting foams. So I want to raise that as a serious concern for Australia, that not only has incineration not been proven to be an effective way to dispose of firefighting foams, but the process itself emits PFAS to the environment and to the residues. And this is serious cause for concern in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Senator Ghosh for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses here today. Dr. Landos, I'd like to start with you, and we appreciate you having sent through a selection of articles in relation to PFAS and biology particularly. They prompt a question that's occurred previously, which is, there is a really large volume of emerging research in this space, and there are a number of papers and publications that have been referred to the committee during the course of our work already. Do you have any thoughts or insight on the methodology or approach we might take to evaluating those different sources? Is there a framework that we can utilise?
Yes, there is. So the process of systematic review is one that is well understood as a methodology. It's being promoted by some of the leading environmental health institutes on the planet, places like the University of California, San Francisco School of Environmental Health. That group have clearly identified that we do have a lot of material to work through, but we need a methodology which is both consistent and able to yield results that support decision making. And systematic review is that approach. So there is an opportunity to do this better than we're currently doing. And this is in part why we see the differing results and coming out from Australia to other areas, is that we're not using the same methodology of reviewing the science. And so people are arriving at seemingly different answers from the same material.
Thank you. If I could turn to the article about human exposure to PFAS through fish stocks, and there was a reference to the extent to which PFAS concentrates reduce in the environment after emissions cease. Are you aware of any work that addresses that question specifically?
So that work is in relation to surveillance type monitoring, of which Australia has done very little domestically to appreciate where we have PFAS levels, what those levels are, and whether they're going up or down. Our work, if you like, collectively in that area has been minimised to initially around firefighting foam uses, but we know that these are only one of the emission sources of PFAS to the environment, with things like wastewater treatment plants being another significant source, and potentially agriculture also being significant. But we put far less effort at these other areas to appreciate what the levels are that are being emitted and whether they're going up or down.
Thank you. In terms of trying to balance the presence of PFAS in certain food types, for instance fish, in the article, and also the risks associated with, for instance, telling people to stop eating all kinds of fish. Again, is there an accepted or scientific method we could approach that question, or ways in which we can balance the relative thresholds of risk associated with, for instance, eating fish that contains traces of PFAS versus not eating fish which potentially has health benefits or nutritional benefits?
Yes, you've landed on an important question in relation to how do you try and weigh these things off against each other? This is a difficult question to answer because it in the premise of the question is that there's some acceptable way to continue consuming PFAS and have an acceptable level of childhood cancer. So the premise of the question, I think, is wrong in that we don't appear to really have confidence that there is a lower threshold level of PFAS exposure, which is something that we can and should tolerate, as in a lower level that will be safe. You will have seen recently the move to shift the drinking water guideline significantly lower. This is on the basis of these concerns that have been assembled by groups like the National Academy of Science in the US, highlighting that these compounds are carcinogenic. The International Agency for Research on Cancer has also classified some of the PFAS compounds as class 1 carcinogens. This is the class where we have the least doubt that these compounds are carcinogenic, and therefore we should seek to remove exposure. Let's seek to remove all exposure. Otherwise, we're very much playing on the highway, standing in the middle of the road with blindfold on, waiting for some of our populace to get run over. This is not the safe way to practice public health decision-making. This is reckless decision-making, emboldening risk-taking rather than understanding how to improve Australia's baseline health. The consequences here are very serious. We have rising cancer rates in Australia across our young people, significant elevations over the last 20 years. We have significant elevations in neurological disorders, which are increasingly linked to PFAS. Another paper out just this week highlighting PFAS detections in the brains of humans, and that this is increasingly being linked to rising rates of autism spectrum disorder and rising rates of Parkinson's disease. These are not trivial matters. These are hugely expensive conditions on the public health budget. They lead to significant loss of productivity of people and their ability to work. This is loss of tax income to the country. This is increased welfare expenditure that needs to be made to support these people which have become ill as a consequence of unsafe exposures to PFAS, but a slew of other chemistry which can co-contribute to these problems. PFAS are not the only chemical we regulate badly. We have a regulatory system which regulates badly due to its hubristic hope that it can do so and identify a risk precisely and identify a minimum threshold. But you can see we've failed to do this again and again, as we've recently lowered these levels, which we previously would have said were safe. Then we acknowledge not safe. So what we achieved was significant harm through that period rather than protection.
In relation to the article that you've provided, or one of them that relates to the use of pesticides, and there was an observation that that the US EPA requires testing of pesticides before being used in the United States in relation to their immunotoxicity. Is there an Australian equivalent to that regulation for the use of pesticides in Australia?
Not precisely equivalent, no. So there are differences in the pesticide regulator and the way in which they function in Australia and the data which they require. So they have packages of data around toxicity and around safety, efficacy, and a range of other parameters that they assess when registering or permitting pesticides for use. However, some of the sensitive endpoints are not necessarily regulatory requirements. So at the moment, we have a vast array of pesticides that have come into use and have been approved for use that have never been assessed for their endocrine disruption or their immunotoxicity endpoints. They remain in use and registration, but we've never sought to assess them for those parameters. Australia has no pesticide re-registration scheme. In 2013, it actually brought one in before it was rescinded for change of government. That's unlike the US. That's unlike Japan, unlike the EU, who acknowledge that with the dent of science we can learn things, and we should seek to apply the knowledge generated by empirical science to improve regulation. But in Australia, we have a system which steadfastly refuses to do that. And you can see from the problems in the APVMA pesticide regulator that their attention to doing reviews on chemicals has been barely present at all. It left chemicals under review for more than 20 years. Not only that, they don't necessarily look for this contamination of PFAS in products. They simply make a claim that the registrant should agree that it's not to be present, and it's taken on trust that it's not present. There's not a surveillance program performed by the APVMA on Australian pesticides to check whether there's contamination of these products with PFAS, whether it's been added deliberately or inadvertently in the production of the product, or as a consequence of leaching from the containers which the product is held in. The US EPA has found leaching from containers produced by the same manufacturer, incidentally, who produces them in Australia, leaching into the product at levels that concern the US EPA. I've sought to get the Department of Agriculture and the APVMA to undertake such testing to check Australia's product, and have been refused at every turn.
If I might turn now to the article relating to tiger snakes in Western Australia. There's, at page 7 of that article, a reference to the various, and I'm looking at the observation that PFAS concentrations in the snakes explain only 12% of the variation in poor body condition, and the model that was built from a small sample size. But that goes back to perhaps some of the earlier comments you made about the links between PFAS exposure and human health. Given that there are such significant numbers of impacts or variables that impact on human health, can you elaborate on how you see that, or what the studies are showing about the link between PFAS and human health, and what that's based on from a scientific or an academic perspective?
So there are many studies that make these links. So there are two kinds, I guess, broadly. So we can look at studies where...
You there for one moment. What do you mean by link? Are you able to unpack that term?
Yes, I will. So in human epidemiological studies, this is where we might measure a level in a human and identify a health condition in the person and seek to draw an association between the two. This is one method of study that seeks to identify these associations between exposure and a condition. These can be shifted into animal model studies, which are much more a direct methodology for looking at the impact. This is where we take an animal and we give it a known exposure at a known period of time, and we then track that against animals that have not been given the exposure as control animals. And this allows us to begin to see the effect of just the PFAS exposure without a lot of the other things that can be compounding or confusing the picture when we look at humans, because we're not able to perform these types of exposure studies on humans for good reason due to ethics. These animal studies have been done across a whole range of biota. So we've done a lot of studies in fish using zebrafish, identifying that very low exposures during critical life phases So this is often the earliest of times when the cells of the animal are being organised as an embryo. That exposures can lead to permanent changes in the trajectory of the health of that animal. It can lead to changes in behaviour of that animal that can be biologically important. So we have an array of studies that have demonstrated that very low exposures, these are levels that are present already in the environment. So we would expect, on the basis of those, if we translate them back out to the environment, that we would be seeing deleterious effects. When we look at our fisheries, we do see in many areas that they are in serious decline. This is not to suggest that PFAS is the only cause of that decline, but that there is a good reason to believe it's a contributor to the drop in productivity of some of our inshore fisheries. So these are how we try and draw together the knowledge of how these compounds affect animals. We have one other type of study that is utilised, which is looking at using cell lines. So these are particular cell types, and this level of research is increasing because it gives us insight into often a human cell line, where we can undertake exposures of that cell, undertake a range of measurements as to what is the response of the cell to the exposure. Does it change how it operates? Does it cause toxicity to the cell in a way that means it can't perform its function anymore, or it impairs it in a way that may lead to its death? These are adding evidence to the array of evidence that these compounds are problematic at phenomenally low exposures when we see them contacting human or animal cells.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I've got some questions for you, Ms. Bremer, but I might just start with Dr. Landos. You provided a number of articles, but I'm particularly interested in some research that was announced in January 2024 around little penguins in Tasmania. Are you familiar with the study, Dr. Landos, that was conducted and published in the journal Science Direct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay. Is it a good example of what you've been discussing and the information you've given to the committee about how widespread PFAS is in our aquatic environments?
Yes, that's right, and it's something that we've certainly seen of concern in some of these aquatic birds that are feeding on the resource of what has become contaminated seafood, such that we see in some of these animals higher levels of exposure. We see similar patterns in seals, which was another of the papers that I provided, such as the endangered Australian sea lion.
Yep.
These are of significant concern over the way in which the PFAS chemicals accumulated in an adult can particularly be passed and transferred in exposure to the young, in seals via maternal milk, in penguins via the egg, leading to critical exposures to the embryo. This is part of how these exposures are taking place at times when the weight of the embryo is extraordinarily small. So we talk about these amounts of chemical like micrograms per kilogram of body weight in terms of an exposure dose. You can begin to appreciate when an embryo is only 2 or 4 cells at the beginning of its life, it doesn't weigh very much. And so even a very small amount of chemical exposure at that time can lead to what is actually quite a high dose of exposure.
Okay. So, coming back to the study on little penguins, so I note that PFAS, or PFOS in particular, was detected in over 82% of the 45 blood samples taken from little penguins, but it was also detected in 3/4 of the soil samples collected around the nests. and that the study found that PFAS concentrations were positively associated with increased urbanisation around penguin colonies. My question was, is that deemed to be the key source of where the PFAS is coming from land, or is it also a combination of being in the aquatic environment?
Look, so in the sites around there, I think there's likely a combination of things happening here. So with the penguins bringing back or feeding in the aquatic environment and coming back to land, they're going to be defecating on land, and there is some release from their body of PFAS with feces. There is also multiple sources, so urban sources are certainly one area. We see stormwater containing PFAS. We see road runoff containing PFAS. So there are many potential contributors to the level of contamination in these sites. To piece it apart, one would need to take more effort to look at the different pathways that may be co-contributing.
Okay, so we know there's several pathways there or vectors there for PFAS to contaminate penguin rookeries and penguins themselves. The study then said we then explored the association of PFAS concentrations to several little penguin health parameters and found an effect on circulating total plasma proteins, packed cell volume and genotoxicity. What evidence do we have, whether it's penguins or other marine creatures, about, we know they've got PFAS in them, but do we have any evidence as to specific health impacts on these little birds, for example? And it does, so if I could just add, Dr. Landos, it does note that more research is needed to verify the general health impacts. Could you perhaps fill us in on whether that's occurring, additional research?
Yes, so in relation to some of these species where they're relatively, not very abundant in terms of number, so our colonies of penguins in many areas have declined, and so working on them is difficult in terms of bringing them into an experimental study where we might seek to give those animals experimental exposures. So that's not something that I understand is being done. So they're having to use these other techniques of non-lethal sampling to try and appreciate what the impacts are, like they've done here, taking blood samples and trying to look at outcomes for individual exposed animals. So this is a more indirect way of attempting to study these effects, but in populations of animals where the animal number is limited and they're unable to be brought into facilities to run these types of animal trials, what we have to do is take inference from other animals that we can use as experimental animals and apply it across. It may not apply across entirely, but what we tend to get is a very strong direction. So we can see from that paper that there was these associations drawn with negative impacts. And when we look at the association that's present and the quantity that's present of chemical, and we go back to the experimental animal models, we would see that, in fact, that's the kind of changes we would expect to see in penguins. So these are not surprising findings in light of the PFAS levels that have been identified.
These kind of ecotoxicity research or studies that you're doing, obviously we're going to have increased urbanisation, and I presume if they're coming from if PFAS vectors are coming from catchment areas like the Derwent catchment or the Burnie catchment, we may see them bioaccumulate over time. Where are you getting funding, or where's the funding coming from at the moment for these kind of studies?
So I'm not sure where those particular groups source their funding for that work. so I can't speak to that particular question. Occasionally, in the fishery domain, there's the funding research body is Fisheries Research Development Corporation. However, that group have done very little by way of funding work around PFAS in fisheries. So effectively, it's extraordinarily difficult to get any funding to work on toxicants in the broad. So PFAS, pesticides, these are areas where at the moment they're desperately underfunded with a genuine, there appears to be a genuine lack of enthusiasm to generate data, over concern about what that data will show, that we have levels of contamination that are problematic. We saw in New South Wales around PFAS in drinking water that there was great reluctance to do testing around water sources, and then suddenly, with enough pressure, suddenly that testing took place and it identified multiple new, previously unknown concerning levels in water supply. So you can see there's pressure in the system to not generate data, and that pressure flows through to a lack of funding.
Okay, so that was my last question then, because unfortunately we don't have a lot of time. I've just got a couple of questions for Ms. Bremer. In relation to seafood in particular then, so FRDC, you're saying it's done very little. Is that your I suppose your feeling as to why they've done little? Because seafood's a very, it's an important retail product, and it's
I think
people want to eat it. Is it they're concerned that it's a marketing or a branding thing? They don't want people to know there's PFAS in finfish or shellfish or other kind of seafood that we consume?
Yes, that's right, and I believe that's part of the concern. It comes from the fisheries themselves. It's not exactly good advertising to be highlighting the presence of unsafe levels of toxicant in your product. So that doesn't play well for sales. However, I would suggest that as a responsible role of government outside of industry, that one of the key functions of government is to try and protect the health of people and indeed the productivity of their environment. And by failing to do this work, we're not helping either of those things. We're in fact allowing this to be really a silent problem as rather than one that we can begin to address through having the knowledge in hand, identifying with more precision the areas that are impacted, and begin the process of addressing those, and moreover go upstream to appreciate that we must deal with this at the source. That is, we must reduce and remove as much of the PFAS from use in all facets of its use to begin to address this problem. And there are places in the world that are doing this. This is not pie in the sky. There are places in the US who are already taking on this challenge, as is France, in removing PFAS compounds across an array of areas where they've been put in place.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Landis. But a question to Ms. Bremer, I suppose following on from some comments you just made there, Dr. Landos. We know that we're finding a lot of microplastics in seafood. A lot of new research is showing that microplastics are obviously very prevalent in the ocean, all through the food chain. Could you tell us a little bit more about packaging in particular for consumer products, and it's the PFAS or PFOS as a general, as thousands of compounds? Like how big a source of pollution is packaging, for example?
I think packaging is a significant source of PFAS exposure to human health and the environment, because packaging is a a very big business, and nearly everything comes in packaging. So packaging does contain PFAS chemicals. I'm pretty certain we've included studies in our submission that highlight that. The particular concern with microplastics, though, is the fact that microplastics in the environment become these vehicles of chemical transfer because of their size and their volume to surface area ratio. In the environment, microplastics actually adsorb chemicals. So not only do microplastics potentially contain PFAS themselves in the chemical structure of the materials that they're made from, but in the environment, they adsorb chemicals. And so they can become these supercharged particles that then carry much more than their weight in chemicals, including PFAS, and that's what makes them such concerning vectors for chemical transfer in the environment, in wildlife, and in the human body. We know that electronic waste and textiles and food packaging contain PFAS chemicals for their flame retardant properties and their water resistance. This is a systemic problem across our entire materials production systems. And this is why we argue that it's a very compelling reason for our regulators to take a hazard assessment approach to regulation rather than a risk assessment approach, which boils everything down to how much of a certain chemical under which scenario a human being or an environment can tolerate. When we're living in a world and a reality where we have no control over that, and these chemicals, including plastic, are ubiquitous in our systems, in our waste streams, in our environment, in our food, and all over the world, in fact. I hope that answers your question. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Bremer. For this time, the Chair will come back to me. I've just got a few more questions.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Ms. Bremer, I just have a few questions. We're at time, so we're going to run a little bit over. So if you don't mind, we want to get as much out of the witnesses today as we can, but we also have a whole lot of questions, so I'm sure that there'll be a number of questions put on notice as well. But in your submission, you state that Australia has a comparatively inferior chemicals regulatory framework to other OECD countries, one where risk assessment overrides hazard assessment. Can you please elaborate on this and explain what are the failings of the current regulatory framework for chemicals in this country, in addition to what Dr. Landos has told us already?
I will try. That's a very big question. What I can say about chemical regulation in Australia, from my perspective, I served 10 years on the Federal Regulatory Industrial Chemicals Community Engagement Committee, and that was under NICNAS, which is now known as the Australian Inventory of Chemical Substances. So I witnessed firsthand how Australia regulates chemicals. I witnessed firsthand the undue influence of the chemicals and plastics industry in that arena, and I, together with other civil society organisations, were constantly frustrated at the failings of a regulatory system that's confined and focused on risk assessment and doesn't give due regard for hazard. So it really is a well-accepted principle that the most effective, reliable and economically efficient way of controlling risks is to eliminate the hazard at source. And this is a fundamental principle that guides risk management in all hazardous industries. So PFAS is a really good example of where a hazard approach to regulation is warranted, because PFAS chemicals are so ubiquitous and widespread in our entire materials production systems. So from the point of extraction and manufacture through to the production, through to the consumption, and then again the disposal, PFAS exposures can occur. And as we're seeing, together with studies all over the world, PFAS is ubiquitous in our environment, in our systems. So that makes a risk management approach really difficult and ineffective in protecting human health and the environment. Because what risk management does is say, well, we're going to focus on what level of chemical, under what circumstance, and in what situation. Rather than recognising that there are 14,000 types of PFAS chemicals in our world, that we live in a world where we are exposed to numerous chemicals at any one time. And this is an argument that the chemical industry uses against regulators, is to say, well, how can we know which chemical it was? You know, we live in a world where we're exposed to numerous chemicals. That's what makes risk assessment focus inferior, and why countries like the EU choose a hazard approach rather than a risk assessment approach. I'll give you another quick good example if I can, because I think it's worth acknowledging that before this inquiry is finished, the federal government has released the National Environmental Protection Measure for PFAS. And in that, you can see that the levels of PFAS that are allowable in our environment, in food and for human health, are orders of magnitude less protective than the US and the EU. And in Western Australia, the investigations into PFAS in the environment have found that 100% of all of the surface water samples in Western Australia have been found to have PFAS. And the report that was released by the West Australian government says that that's okay, because the new NEPM and the previous NEPM doesn't set a single protective value. It has a series of values. And so the standard is for 99% protection, and then there's another standard for 95% protection, then another standard for 90% protection, and then again for 80% protection. So in the environment, that's like saying, if we get to the bottom one, 80%, we can accept and commit 20% of the species in any environment is okay to be harmed by pesticides. That's effectively what it says. And the West Australian government has already relied on this risk-focused approach for regulation that is evidenced in the current and previous PFAS NEPMs, by saying, well, although we have PFAS detected in 100% of our surface water samples and more than 80% of our groundwater samples, by the way, the levels meet the 95% protective standard, even though they exceed the 99% protective standard. So what we're saying is that 5% of the species in that environment, in that aquatic environment, are okay to be potentially harmed by PFAS. So I think risk assessment as a regulatory framework has been shown all over the world to be inferior in protecting human health and the environment compared to a hazard approach, which says, okay, this chemical is so ubiquitous. There's 14,000 chemicals with these properties in production, in our lives and in our world. The only safe approach is to restrict them and ban some of them, which is the approach that we encourage the Australian government to do. The NEPM has clearly stated that they are not going to focus on source source control. Sorry, it's 6:30 in the morning here. Source control. It's outside the scope of the NEPM. So they're not interested in controlling the source of the problem and therefore the hazard. So that's our regulatory framework.
Thank you, Ms. Bremer. I do have 2 more questions. I just want to get these other questions out. So if you could just try and shorten your answers, only because we're meant to be in the break right now and Senator Whish-Wilson's got one more question. But I really need to know if you could elaborate on the influence of chemical companies on policy, research and regulations relating to industrial chemicals, both historically and currently, because we know they're a big player in this and they are quashing some good evidence out there, and you know, they're not on our side, basically. So if you could elaborate on that.
Again, I would just refer to my experience on the Community Engagement Forum for NICNAS, where we witnessed the undue influence of the plastics and chemicals industry with that regulator. I can refer to one incident that might highlight that very briefly, and that is the existing chemicals review. We spent 10 years developing an existing chemicals review for the 38,000 chemicals in use in Australia that had not been assessed for human health and environmental impacts. The situation all over the world, there's now 350,000 chemicals in commerce that have not been assessed for human health and environmental impacts, that were grandfathered onto regulatory schemes before they were assessed, before there was regulation. So we spent 10 years developing this. We sat around the table with the plastics and chemicals industry to address this major in public health and environmental justice aspect of chemical regulation. I can tell you that we delivered a very robust strategy and program for reviewing existing chemicals in Australia, and at the 11th hour, after sitting around the table and contributing and agreeing with us, the plastics and chemicals industry went into Parliament and tried to derail the bill. I was contacted by the head of the agency at the time, who asked for my support in helping to save the bill. Her exact words were, "The plastics and chemicals industry is trying to kill the bill." This is the bill that we'd all sat around in good faith around the table to develop for the benefit of human health and the environment in Australia. And at the 11th hour, when the bill was to be passed in Parliament, this lobby group tried to have it revoked. I offer that as an example of the experience that I've had and my witness as how this sector influences governments and the deregulation of chemicals in Australia.
And speaking of which, and my final question, and then I'll quickly hand over to Senator Whish-Wilson, and then we'll go to our break. But 3M has been lurking around the halls of Parliament, knowing that this inquiry is happening. And so can you please elaborate on how the government might progress a claim against 3M, given they invented these forever chemicals that are causing havoc around the world? So how can the government progress a claim? And what can historical and international examples tell us about how this might happen? Because at the moment, taxpayers in this country are paying for 3M's mess in this country, and that's got to end. So what can we do to take on 3M?
Well, that's a really good question and observation that I fully support. I think that the Australian government should start talking to the United States government about their legal case, the legal case that they're undertaking in the US to hold 3M accountable, and work with the United States government to bring in a legal case in Australia. I think it's outrageous that the public purse is paying for this damage and cleanup. I think, there are certainly mechanisms within our regulatory chemical framework and laws and legislations that could provide some support to hold chemical companies accountable for the legacy of harm that they leave. That could be in the form of taxes, regulatory aspects. I mean, you're really speaking to a whole regulatory reform that we need. We have a regulatory system that's tilted towards carrying the cost externalities for the chemical industry rather than holding them responsible for that. So we carry all their costs in the health and the environment sectors. And I think the Department of Defence and aircraft firefighting foams is a really good example of that. It's taken decades to just get the issue recognised, and yet all these stockpiles are sitting there and people don't have access to water, and the environment's being harmed. And as we know, that's a violation of the human rights for Indigenous people in our country. So there has to be perhaps something like a super fund established in Australia, particularly for that issue, as they do in the US. But I think the Australian government needs to look at the regulatory models in the EU, in the US, and in Canada and other OECD countries, and actually put some attention to how they're addressing those issues. I unfortunately don't have all of the solutions. I wish I did, but I think that the federal government needs to consider the huge cost burden that the government is taking for this industry sector.
Thank you, Ms. Bremer. One last question from.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Look, we're completely out of time, but I was very interested, Ms. Bremer, in whether we could get a snapshot from you, perhaps, even if you could point us to some information on notice around packaging and PFAS or PFAS compounds and products. Mm-hmm. I understand it's become an issue in another committee that I'm chairing around compostable. Around composts around the country, and different EPAs in different states have got levels of PFAS triggers relating to organic products. But are you aware? I'd just be interested if you could provide us with some direction on this, where we're at, I suppose, with PFAS in packaging. Is it an issue? Is there action underway? Who's got jurisdiction? Who would have jurisdiction on that? I know it's a very big question with no time, so.
Yeah, I'll answer it really quickly. The failure here is the more than 20 years of industry self-regulation related to packaging, and that's APCO, the Australian Packaging Covenant. So the industry has been allowed to self-regulate. That organisation, that lobby for the packaging industry, still decides and writes very much our regulation, and our government seemingly follows that. It is certainly a huge problem for the FOGO policy, which is a national and state policy, a really important one, because organics in landfill create methane. This is a massive climate issue. So the policy is really important to remove these organic materials, which often include packaging, particularly cardboard and paper, from the waste stream, so it doesn't go to landfill and create methane, which is a very dangerous greenhouse gas. So it's an important policy. In Western Australia, they've had to ban disposable paper cups in the FOGO bins. So we have FOGO bins in Western Australia that would go to the facility and be composted. They've had to ban those because it was contaminating the compost material with PFAS. So all those kinds of packaging are no longer able to be put in your recyclable bin or your composting bin because of the PFAS. So getting PFAS out of packaging is critical to supporting the circular economy, and it's a critical waste management strategy for the environment, because we don't want compost going into the environment that contains PFAS, because PFAS accumulates, it bioaccumulates, and it's transboundary. So we really have to, this is why we need a hazardous chemical regulatory approach to this issue, to make sure that we're addressing all of the systemic sources of PFAS exposure in our world. And WA is a really good example of why we need to act on that, because there's evidence of PFAS contamination in the compost, and that would be a disaster to see that happen at a huge Australia-wide level. The risk there, though, is that at the same time as we're having, and it's no coincidence that at the same time we're having these difficult questions around the chemical risks and hazards in our waste stream, we're seeing the incineration industry pushing in fast, and that is something that this committee should really look at, because the incineration industry is promoting itself as a solution to the PFAS problem, and it's anything but that. It's actually an exacerbator of the problem. So taking packaging out of the FOGO is really important, but sending it to the incinerator is not a solution.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bremer and Dr. Landos. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 2nd of April 2025. I know that myself and I think Senator Whish-Wilson have a number of other questions that you will receive on notice, so you'll have to the 2nd of April to provide those. Thank you for your attendance today, and we'll now take a break for a morning tea of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, councillors.
I now welcome representatives from Launceston Airport. Thank you to the airport for showing us around yesterday. It was very informative and we had some good yarns. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Shona here and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Launceston Airport.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Ilya Brooks and I'm the Head of Planning, Development and Customer at Launceston Airport.
Good morning, Ben Moore, Senior Environment Advisor, Launceston Airport.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. And would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this select committee, and also Senator Thorpe and Senator Ghosh. We greatly appreciate your time visiting the airport yesterday to see firsthand some of the works that are presently underway. I think that was gratefully appreciated by all of us and I hope helpful to this process. Just by way of background, Launceston Airport serves as a vital transportation hub for Tasmania, and as an island state, almost 90% of travel into and out of the state is by air, and that makes the airport a critical connection point, not just for residents but also for the state's economy. Australia Pacific Airports, APAL, has been committed to understanding the PFAS situation at our facility and has worked diligently to engage with airport tenants, government agencies and neighbouring properties to collectively understand and manage the associated risks. In 2015, Air Services Australia initiated PFAS management works at the former fire training ground to limit migration of PFAS from that area. And then in 2016, Air Services Australia conducted a preliminary investigation of off-site properties immediately down gradient of the fire training ground at the airport. This investigation involved the analysis of soil, sediment, flora, surface water and groundwater samples along with property water use surveys. Then in 2017, APAL took the initiative to test for PFAS across the entire airport estate as part of a detailed site assessment to understand the extent of the contamination. Then in 2018, we recognised the need for greater coordination between key stakeholders and spearheaded the establishment of a round table in relationship to PFAS at Launceston Airport, which included Air Services Australia, the Environment Protection Authority of Tasmania, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts, and the Department of Health. Now, through this collaboration, it was agreed that Air Services Australia would serve as the lead entity for the PFAS at our airport in accordance with the PFAS Contamination Response Protocol, which is within the national framework for responding to PFAS contamination. As a lead entity, Air Services Australia is engaging with neighbouring properties, conducting water use surveys and PFAS risk assessments, testing for PFAS in off-airport waterways and properties, and conducting human health and ecological risk assessments. A significant milestone was reached on March the 30th, 2023, when Launceston Airport Environment Officer issued an environmental remediation order to Air Services Australia in relation to PFAS pollution, and that was the first of its kind in Australia. This order reflected the collaborative work done by the PFAS Roundtable. We support the remediation project being undertaken by Air Services Australia, which aims to remove 90% of the PFAS at the former fire training ground. I'm pleased to report that these remediation works are progressing well, as Senator Thorpe and Ghosh witnessed yesterday, and these are progressing very well and expected to be completed by June 2025. I should note that since 23rd of August 21, APAL has been engaged in legal proceedings with Air Services Australia regarding their environmental management plan and PFAS management at Launceston Airport. Looking ahead, we have facilitated the Department's PFAS task force investigations at airports by participating in the pilots works in 2021 and 2022, and we're currently preparing for follow-up works in the coming months of 25. We've already begun engaging with stakeholders about these upcoming works to ensure that all parties are informed about the objectives and the potential impacts of that project. So our commitment to open communication and proactive engagement with our neighbours, community stakeholders and regulatory bodies will continue to guide our approach as we work towards long-term management and mediation of PFAS at Launceston Airport. We note the work to date has been positive, but there remains significant program of activities to be undertaken in partnership with Air Services and the Department to fully remediate the Launceston Airport site. So we thank you and for giving us or APAL the opportunity to appear before this committee, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the witnesses being here today and also for hosting us yesterday at the airport. It was great to see the site itself and hear a little bit about it. May I pick up on some of the things you've mentioned in your opening statement? Are you able to elaborate on any observations or insights that you have around the utility of the roundtable process that you set up?
I might pass on to Ben, but I think one of the key, this was a very key initiative for Launceston Airport to bring all of the parties to the table through. It's a complex issue. We're learning, everybody's learning with this, and I think for us to be able to coordinate in a holistic way from the outset, and also to establish who should be effectively leading this process through the roundtable was a key enabler to I think the progress that we've made today. So you might like to elaborate on that, Ben.
I think that covers it, actually. I would just echo that having multiple parties present and agreeing on roles and responsibilities, and we were each collecting data and contributing, meant that we were able to progress a lot more quickly.
What was the genesis of the roundtable, or how was it set up?
My understanding is Air Services was collaborating, meeting with different parties. APAL met with EPA in late 2018. We said we wanted to set up a roundtable. They agreed that was a good idea. When we contacted Air Services, they said we are very supportive that we have a meeting already lined up with EPA Tasmania, and we then invited other parties.
Given that airports are Commonwealth governed or within a Commonwealth jurisdiction, how did the interaction between the Commonwealth Department of Industry, the EPA, the airports and Air Services operate within this project?
Okay, so yes, different jurisdictions on airport. It's the Commonwealth regulator. We have the Airport Environment Officer, who has been part of the roundtable. We've also had the regulatory arm of the Department of Infrastructure, and excuse me, I'm abbreviating it there, it's a longer name, but and where I refer to just the department, I mean the Department of Infrastructure. But our roundtable has had the Airport Environment Officer, the regulatory branch, but also in more recent times, the PFAS task force. So they've each contributed to that process. We've also had EPA Tasmania present. They are responsible for state regulation of the environment, and they contributed greatly with supporting off-airport sampling and including ambient testing of PFAS in the broader environment.
Wonderful. Sorry, I think I said industry, not infrastructure, but Department of Infrastructure. Can I ask about the impact or the significance of Air Services as the lead entity in this process?
So I think Air Services, as the lead entity, have undertaken through the roundtable process a measured approach, if you like, to looking into the into the complexity of the issues on the airport and working in what I'd say a diligent way over a long period of time to look to find some resolution to the issue.
If I can add one thing to that, it's helpful for when working with off-airport properties, it's helpful for there to be one entity who is responsible for works and communications, as opposed to the community feeling they're getting a different, being asked different things of different representatives of the round table.
Now, you mentioned that the environmental remediation order in relation to PFAS was the first of its kind. May I ask about the process that led to the making of that order and how that order has impacted on the remediation process and the project?
I'm happy to take that. Yes. So Air Services had done a great deal of testing on their lease areas for PFAS. The airport had done testing more broadly across the airport estate and some downstream water sampling. That data was shared through the roundtable process, and the airport environment officer, as we understand, was talking with Air Services about it, and the airport was supporting the airport environment officer with data, and it was talking about the issue together that we were able to get a remediation order across the line, for want of a better word.
And who issued that order?
The airport environment officer, who represents the department, the regulatory arm of the Department of Infrastructure.
Okay. That's a statutory or a regulatory order as distinct from a contractual order?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In terms of using this project as an example for other airports around the country, appreciating that they have similar issues, albeit each site may be different, what are the major lessons learned or insights that you think have emerged from the Launceston process that might be useful for other airports and sites to know around the country, and for that purpose, both what's worked well and perhaps what hasn't worked as well, or what might be learned from?
Perhaps I could just give you an overview, but then hand to Ben and Ilya as necessary. But I think given the circumstances, given the understanding of the situation at hand, as you can see from my opening statement, this is, from PFAS was hasn't been used since 2011. 2015 is when there was some action here by Air Services Australia. Our sense is that the approach that we have taken has been very consultative from the outset. The roundtable has been a great enabler, as I mentioned before. I think the bringing of the parties together and consistently that consistent consultation process, both in the jurisdiction of the federal land of the airports, the stakeholders involved there, but also outside the airport, has been, I think from our perspective, very thorough and very considerate of the ultimate need to eliminate this as best as possible, but also to protect the health and the environment of Tasmania. It's been a very slow process, so I think moving forward, the way that we've approached this, I think we've kind of, if you like, set a template which I think would be very useful for other airports around Australia to follow. There's obviously complexities with the state, with the EPA and Tasmania not having direct jurisdiction over the airport, for example, and these kind of matters these kind of things create some complexity for us. But in general, I think the approach that we've taken is probably a pretty good case study for how things should move forward.
If I might add to that, Senator, if I was to summarise that in a project management term, one, you'd investigate, and thorough investigation of the actual issue on the site, followed by the establishment of a roundtable. Now, the roundtable might be different for different jurisdictions or airports or sites. And then the establishment of the lead entity, and as my colleague mentioned, the lead entity is really important, one for stakeholder management, but also understanding who is the driving force behind the remediation. And I would say then the ERO, issuance of the ERO, really important because that then holds, entities to account, which then literally leads, in our case, to physical works that have occurred on site. So that's the logical sequence, if you like, of what we have seen at our airport and have seemed to have worked.
In terms of, you referred to the PFAS task force earlier. What's their role been in this process, and how's the interaction occurred?
The PFAS task force is independent of the regulatory arm of the Department of Infrastructure. They have a separate budget for investigating federally leased airports around the country. It's an investigation program to help fill data gaps at these airports where they exist. It can be the case that certain tenants will only look at their lease areas. It can be the case that some airports can't afford to look at this issue across their estate. At Launceston Airport, we volunteered to be part of the pilot program in 21-22. We facilitated that process. We were very pleased. We commend the task force in how they did their works and how they engaged with our neighbours. We got very good feedback from the private properties off airport about that engagement process, and we look forward to the 2025 works continuing at the airport.
Wonderful. If I might just clarify, one of the things you said, Mr. O'Hare, was that this will end up removing 90% of PFAS from the relevant sites. May I understand that number in the context of what we saw yesterday in terms of the process being to lock in the PFAS into soils to prevent it moving? How do those two things interact in terms of removal versus keeping in place, but for want of a better word, neutralising or limiting its mobility?
That's a very technical question for me. I'm very happy to take that on notice. Just to clarify that the 90% applies to the firefighting training ground area, not the entire airport, just that that excavated site that you saw yesterday. Ben or Elliot, would you like to add any more technical embellishment, or we can take that question on notice?
Very succinctly, Senator Ghosh, yes, the technology immobilises the contaminant. It stops the contaminant leaching away from that area. So it prevents the leaching of that contaminant, 90% of that source area contaminant at the training ground.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for giving evidence today. I was very keen to get the committee down here to Launceston specifically to hear your evidence, because I do think you're a good case study for us as to how you can work on this problem over a long period of time. You said it took a while, Mr. O'Hare, but I want to thank you and with your leadership in particular as CEO and all your team for what you've done. When I had some correspondence with you back in 2021, you said you'd had 17 meetings of the round table already, and things hadn't really progressed in terms of action on the ground. Do you feel like now, having gone through all that, the culture has changed at Air Services in terms of working collaboratively with partners such as yourselves?
Yeah. I think and thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson, for your support, and I think amplifying this matter, I think at the federal level. Proceedings against Air Services were that we undertook around that time were through frustration, if you like, on how long this had taken.
So you're talking about legal proceedings here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So then So there was a period where there's, as you said, 70 odd meetings.
17 round tables.
17 odd
in less than
meetings.
2 years, yeah.
And so that sense of frustration at the time, I think, was led to that approach from APEL. But I'm happy to say that since then, and I think the ARO was a real milestone there, and with the support, and I think it kind of underlines the approach that we took as an airport on that very deep consultation with people such as yourselves and other key stakeholders in a very transparent and pragmatic way, to bring to their attention the issues at hand here and the seriousness of what we're dealing with here. So to answer your question, yes, we're very happy now with the progress that is being made with Air Services and the other stakeholders.
Okay. I mean, I know you're being very constructive, and I applaud that in terms of your evidence you provided committee so far. With the legal case you took, hopefully that won't need to be repeated if other jurisdictions follow your lead, and I hope they do. Was that an important component of getting Air Services to the table to actually do the kind of remediation work that my fellow senators saw yesterday?
I think it was one of the milestones. It was one of the components that has led to the environmental remediation order to be issued. So it's kind of a building blocks approach, if you like, and the way that we felt was the best path forward at the time.
Okay, and in terms of your consultation, I understand there was multiple properties accessed around the area to gain data to provide the baseline that's needed for the, I suppose the monitoring goes with the solutions. What could you talk us through a little bit more of the consultation you've had with landowners in the area?
For neighbours. Ilya's been the key leader of those consultations, and they've been extensive. You might like to just provide a bit more in-depth flavour on some of that work.
Sure, thank you, Shane. Senator, so our consultation has been very thorough. What we have done is focus on our neighbours closest to the airport, because they are affected mostly. And initially we consulted with our neighbours to identify that we understood, or we were starting to understand the problem, and also communicating that one, Air Services was the lead entity, and then two, the roundtable process was actually starting to bear fruit, if you catch my drift, then obviously resulting in the ARO and then the physical works on site. So we have very close relationships with our closest neighbours, and we communicate with them on a monthly basis, providing updates and the information that we can share with them. I will say that Air Services have taken a lead stakeholder engagement approach, if you like, with some of the downstream neighbours, and also in reference to their current works, which has been important, as Ben identified earlier, as the lead entity that they communicated on the technical side from Air Services. Yeah.
So I think there was over 15 different landholders brought into this process. That was when I last checked, so I'm not sure if there's been any more. Mr. O'Hare, you mentioned in 2017 your organisation did their own research, or did their own sampling, and that kind of prompted the wheel to keep moving. Why did you do that? What's driven your organisation to lead on this and do what you've gone to the, I would say, almost extraordinary lengths that you've been to in recent years to see something done? What's been driving that?
I think at the very high level, as I said earlier, it's been identified that there are many airports around Australia that are polluted. Launceston Airport, we believe, was one of the most seriously impacted through that through that period of PFAS usage, if you like, or the chemical usage. Our responsibility to the as we know, as you saw yesterday, we're in a pristine environment. We take our corporate and responsibility very seriously. And so that they were key drivers, but also a driving need to make sure that we were kept, we knew what we were dealing with here, and that we felt that responsibility to instigate that testing there. Ben, if you have any more to add, but they were the key drivers of moving on this.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I suppose the location of the airport being kind of, I suppose, essentially on a table,
Yep.
rural properties in the area and a river nearby, that's a catchment. Did you have concerns around, even though you'd inherited this legacy issue, around potential liability for the organisation?
It was a sense of responsibility, understanding the risk, and I think we, as an airport, we're in the safety. Above all, we're in the safety business, and so I guess it's kind of within your DNA to manage risk across the airport, whether that relates to aviation or people's safety or other regulatory safety matters. So I think it was really just something that we felt at the time, and as we still feel very strongly, it was our responsibility to do something about it.
Oh, well, congratulations for getting this far. My last question is, are you confident that the problem will be solved in the near future? I know it's a long-term proposition. Confident you've got it where you need to, or do you need additional assistance? I've got your 2025 election asks too, by the way, but
I'll bring out my next document. Look, I'm a glass half full person. I know my team are glass half full. We're very proud of the work that we've done at Launceston Airport, just at a community level, and quite authentically at a community level. And I think we have a very deep responsibility. As I mentioned, the airport, this is a critical piece of infrastructure for the state. We know that the Launceston community values and admires the airport, so we need to maintain that relationship with the community. I believe that of course, there are areas where we perhaps could have done things a bit differently, but I think the approach that we've taken has been methodical, authentic. It's been very transparent to all stakeholders, and I think that approach has worked, and we're very optimistic that we will get to the end of this, and ahead of all other airports in Australia.
Great. Well, I'm very proud as a Launcestonian that you're putting that on the table. Just a quick question though, in terms of funding, it was mentioned earlier. I think Ben mentioned there is a specific fund. I think it was around 138 million when I last checked. Did you end up accessing, or does Air Service access it and then spend it on the program? And
yes, we did.
Right, you did. And could you tell us how much you ended up getting?
The money doesn't come to the airport.
No, it goes to the program.
The PFAS task force, yes, they manage the money, they engage their own consultants, and we facilitate their work at the airport. So there isn't funding that comes to the airport.
Yeah.
We facilitate, and they do the works and share the information with us and any other stakeholder engaged. So yes, in the time ahead, we look forward to that support from the PFAS task force, the AEO and Air Services later this afternoon. I'm sure we'll talk about the work that they're doing ahead as well.
Well, I'll certainly ask them some questions on this specific issue, because 138 million sounds like a lot of money, but I'm sure you could spend multiples of that just in your own property. Exactly. So, I just wanted to get an idea from you how much more you think will be required to get to the bottom of this problem.
I think, Senator, we could take that question on notice. However,
Sure.
What I would say is that the remediation works that were identified yesterday, the tour, are one part and on one site of the airport, and we understand that there's PFAS beyond that site, and there's another hotspot at the fire station. So we see this as the first physical works required, but we're also, as Shane mentioned, we're very proud to be able to get to that first milestone. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions, but just following up on one of Senator Whish-Wilson's questions, and I think what, from my observation and your accounts as witnesses is that it seems that the consultation has been quite thorough, and that's why it works. I mean, consultation, genuine consultation does work. So the monthly updates that are provided to the stakeholders, if you wouldn't mind providing on notice, if possible, if they're not, if they're in confidence, so we could see an example of how you update the community on what's happening and where that's at, if possible.
Yeah, Senator, to clarify, where we update on a number of different things because obviously the neighbours are direct neighbours to our boundary, and the consultation is less formal in its nature, if you like, but we communicate on a monthly basis. For instance, 1 month there may not be a PFAS update, as an example, but we can certainly take that on notice and get back to you with the kinds of discussion points, if you like, we raise, and the information sharing that has been really integral to the relationship.
That'd be great. Thank you. So my question is, did the Civil Aviation Authority, the Department of Transport, or later on Air Services, which all use PFAS containing firefighting foams, ever tell you about the potential hazard of these chemicals? And when was the airport first informed of this?
I'd have to take that on notice to see if we can provide that information. I don't have the answer to that question. Ben, do you have any understanding of when we were formally notified?
I can say that Air Services gave us a report in 2008, 2009, and a letter in 2009, noting that there was contamination, but when you were asking about the risk, a lot of aspects to risk were unknown at that time.
Thank you. Can you please provide to the committee on notice, if possible, any historical documents by those companies and related claims about the safety of those chemicals from that time?
Absolutely.
Great. And my final question is, you mentioned earlier that Launceston Airport was one of the worst impacted. Looking at some of the other airports that are yet to undergo remediation, and I know Mr. Moore works across several airports, would that mean that remediation at other airports will likely be to a lesser extent and cost?
Yeah, I think every airport is different. The scale of different airports, like the capital city airports, are massively bigger than Launceston Airport, and so it really depends on each airport. So it's kind of on a scale thing, I guess, and so it's kind of difficult to compare. I think every airport is going to have a bespoke situation that they have to deal with, so far as the extent of it, where it's located around the airport in concentration, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree. A case-by-case basis.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. If you've been asked to provide any materials on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by the 2nd of April 2025, and we thank you very much for yesterday and today.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming to Tassie.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of the Tasmanian Government and Tasmanian Water. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we have Ms. Mackey and Mr. Hawke on via teleconference.
Yes.
Hi. Oh,
No, Holly goes first.
thank you. Holly Mackey, I'm representing the Department of Natural Resources and Environment as we coordinated a response on behalf of the government.
Thank you.
And I'm Graham Hawke. I'm Chief Scientist at Taswater.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Ms. Mackey, sorry.
So just briefly, the Department of Natural Resources and Environment provided a submission on behalf of the Tasmanian government. It addressed 3 points: PFAS in the Tasmanian environment, public health and safety, and some of the challenges around implementation of PFAS NEMP 3.0. So I don't have anything additional to add on top of the submission. It was largely led and contained information from the EPA's perspective and the Department of Health. But if I can answer any questions, I will do so.
Thank you. Mr. Hawke, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, look, I've just to note, I've sent something which hopefully you received this morning. I only came into the country last night. If I skip over my personal background, my statement would be to note that the focus of my role as Chief Scientist, which is an inaugural role since January 24, is to ensure that we have an evidence base to assure Tasmanians our drinking water is safe to drink, in this case in relation to PFAS. To that end, Taswater completed a sampling program of all 70 raw water sites between May and September 2024, and we did not detect in an analytical suite of 28 PFAS compounds at a level of detection, which I'll get to. An independent NASA-accredited laboratory conducted the testing. The detection level for PFOA and PFOS was down to 2 nanograms per litre, or parts per trillion. Our testing data is published on the Taswater website, and in an ongoing sense, and that includes beyond those tests, which were over 2,000 tests, the ongoing monitoring frequency is quarterly for catchments where PFAS may be present but below the Australian drinking water guideline limits, or annually where there is very little chance of PFAS entering catchments with no prior detections. We're further monitoring biosolids and treated effluent. Taswater stands to comply with the Australian drinking water guidelines, and we work closely with the Tasmanian Department of Health. And similarly, we work closely with the Tasmanian Environment Protection Authority, and we'll do so in relation to the PFAS National Environment Management Plan 3.0, which was released last week. And look, I look forward to helping the committee with its work. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the witnesses for giving evidence today. In the Tasmanian Government submission, one of the observations was relating to the Food Standards Code, and observed that there are no regulatory advisory levels which, if detected in foods above these levels, will warrant... there are no current regulatory limits. Should there be regulatory limits in relation to a Food Standards Code? Should these be mandatory? And should those limits also apply to food-related packaging?
I would have to take that away on notice. I can't comment on that.
Okay. Can I ask then about...
Apologies.
No, that's okay. Not a problem at all. I'm happy to receive the answer on notice, and I appreciate we haven't given notice of the questions. what are the challenges and costs, just by way of summary, that are associated with complying with PFAS NEMP 3, which is referred to in the submission?
Well, the challenges identified in the submission was predominantly around staffing and then the knowledge, therefore, of staffing to implement. So from what I understand from the submission, the staff with the appropriate skills and expertise would need to be recruited. There was an estimate of one full-time equivalent for the first 3 years to bring themselves up to speed with the understanding of Tasmanian requirements and to commence the first stages of implementation. So given Tasmania's role is primarily focused on regulation, there's a requirement to ensure that we look at how that is implemented across the state. I think that in the submission they've welcomed any government support to ensure the successful implementation of the standards. I do note also that the EPA is coordinating efforts across other agencies to prepare and implement the PFAS action plan for Tasmania, and I believe a couple of reports have been released in 2019 and 2021.
Thank you. One of the observations from the witnesses from the Launceston Airport was in relation to cooperating with the EPA from Tasmania and their contribution to the roundtable process for remediating parts of the airport site. Are you able to add any observations or thoughts or insights from the EPA perspective on the Tasmanian Airport remediation project?
I cannot.
Okay. In terms of the observations made in relation to Tasmanian water, Mr. Hawke, do I understand, or perhaps you can simply tell us, given the level of PFAS that was found at those 70 sites that you referred to, does that mean that Tasmanian water then subsequently is not treated to remove PFAS from it because of the relatively low levels present in those sites?
I think I might have missed some of the words when you talked about treated, but because our current level of testing of the raw water is less than half of the proposed of the lowest limits for PFAS, there would be no obligation under the Australian Drinking Water Guideline to do further testing based off that initial round.
Okay. Some of the evidence we've heard previously, I think it was from a witness in Penrith, related to consumer or individual level solutions for removal of PFAS through water filters in houses, like an equivalent of a Brita filter, I think. Are you aware of the efficacy of those types of consumer or individual level mechanisms?
Look, broadly, my understanding is that they can use various levels of technology. One is activated carbon. And activated carbon works for a period of time and then needs to be replaced. So if people were to consider doing that, then they need to be very careful to adhere to any guidelines and advice. Look, the main thing to say, I suggest, is based off our assessment and our testing, and we're doing vast amount of testing all the time, not just for PFAS, but a range of other pathogens and so forth. There is no need for Tasmanians to go to the further expense of post-circulation water treatment, further add-on filters and so forth. A downside of doing those filters, they may well remove other beneficial compounds in the water which are there for public health. So the short version is I wouldn't be recommending to Tasmanians to adopt that technology. If they're of the mind that they chose to anyhow, it's really important that they carefully adhere to the manufacturer's guidance and whether they consider doing any further tests. But no need in our context to do that. But if someone was to go down that path, they need to be very careful because these technologies aren't set and forget. You need to manage them all the time.
Thank you. One of the attachments to the submission made was a progress update, July 2021 PFAS interagency working group. I wondered if there were any, just by way of summary or high level, updates that you had to the operation of that working group that you think would be relevant to the terms of reference of this committee.
I'm not. Yep, carry on.
I was going to suggest, Senator, it might be helpful to direct your question to one of the others. Otherwise, we're guessing who the question's aimed at, but Holly's got it correctly.
Well, I was going to say I'm not a member of that working group and can't provide comment, so it's largely led by the EPA.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could I ask, we obviously had Launceston Airport, the corporation presenting previously, and they went through the history of the task force, the working group, over many years. What's the EPA's key role been there on that task force, or the Tasmanian government? Is it been to test, I suppose, sites like on individual landowners' plots outside of the airport? Have you been involved in anything additional to that?
I certainly haven't been. From the submission, it's the EPA leads a response through the interagency steering committee that's developed the PFAS action plan. But
so their role is to do tests, is to do soil and water tests in the areas around the airport. Is that correct?
They have done monitoring, ambient monitoring, and they did contain some information in their submission as to the sites that were monitored.
Okay.
There are a couple of attachments in terms of progress updates with that submission.
Yep. So would you want to just run through those very briefly for us?
I'm not in a position to do that. I don't work for the department, the EPA.
Sorry, so who do you work for then?
Department of Natural Resources and Environment.
Okay.
The EPA independent regulatory body.
Right, but they
and could not attend today.
Okay. Could I ask? You mentioned earlier, it might have been, I'm pretty sure it was you, Holly, mentioned that public health. Sometimes you provide information to other government agencies like public health. Can you give us an update? I'm particularly interested in the North Esk River, in potential PFAS contamination in the river. There's been articles in the past where levels have been found to be of concern. Are you able to give us an update on the kind of testing that's occurring in the North Esk, which is obviously not too far from the Launceston Airport?
Look, I should probably explain my purpose for being here is a complete. I'm here to represent the Department of Natural Resources and Environment as to take questions on notice, but I can't comment on public health. I can't comment on the EPA.
Okay, would you be able to tell us how it works? If you're getting levels of potentially toxic chemicals that have been detected in fish and eel species that are caught in the North Esk, which was the case, who would have responsibility over monitoring that situation? Wouldn't that be NRE?
I don't know.
Graham, I know you TasWater are dealing with specifically with drinking water. Are you aware of who in the Tasmanian government's responsible for that?
Look, my understanding is consistent with the Tasmanian government submission, where it referenced EPA doing some, I'm not sure if it was the word baseline, but they did some testing back, going from memory here, was it 2020? Yeah, 2020, around that period of time. That was one-off. I'm not aware of an ongoing monitoring program. It may exist, I'm just not aware of it. So I think it was more of a one-off one. When you looked at the study results, again, it's in the Tasmanian government submission, it talked about the levels being very low, with the exception of around the two airports. And whilst I didn't hear the submission from Launceston Airport this morning, no doubt they would have talked about that.
All right, sorry, could I just clarify, why did the EPA not appear today? Are you able to tell us why the EPA didn't appear today? I mean, we can't compel them to appear. It's obviously voluntary, and we would have appreciated them to have appeared. Is there any explanation being provided to the committee?
I believe it was late notice of them receiving the invite to appear, and they had no one available to appear.
Okay. Well, I have other questions, but they're not going to be answered, Chair, so there's no point in even asking them, I don't think.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wilson. I believe that there's no point in me asking questions of the EPA, of the NRE, given everything will be just put on notice. It's very disappointing, I must say, as the chair. It's a very important Senate inquiry about public health around PFAS and other matters relating to PFAS. So it is very disappointing that we're getting non-answers, and I feel that you know, we've been taken a little bit for a ride here, which is disappointing. So I'll ask some questions where I can try and get some answers for the community here who are being affected. So this is to TasWater. How many facilities in Tasmania are removing PFAS from their water, and what methods are they using? Could you please summarise results from any studies into these facilities?
Senator Thorpe, I'll give you a verbal comment initially, but I'm going for recollection, so I may need to come back on notice. My understanding is that somewhere between 1/3 and 2/3 of our treatment processes have the capacity to remove PFAS to various extents. They include technologies such as activated carbon and also nanofiltration. For example, some of the islands off Tasmania have nanofiltration, which is one of the more effective technologies. If you look to the US EPA, they'll, and I think might also get this from the Australian PFAS website, there's about 4 technologies that have used, 2 of which I've mentioned. So that's my understanding, but the important context for TasWater is that we're doing the testing and have done the testing and we'll do so on that risk-based frequency they talked about, and we haven't had any detections, and we're testing down to 1/2 of the new proposed guidelines. So we're testing down to 2 parts per trillion, which, to put it in context, that's the equivalent of 1 drop from a little dropper like you give your kids when they're unwell into 5 Olympic swimming pools. So very low, but we're not finding detecting at 1/2 of that level. So whilst we have technologies that can remove PFAS, if we have it at the present point in time, we haven't detected any. If we were to find a detection level, and let's say we did that and we found it on more than 1 occasion, so we verified that it was a trend, not just a one-off spike or some sort of challenge in testing regime or something, then we would, together with in discussion with the Department of Health, then look to putting additional treatment. But again, the important thing is that we haven't found any at this stage. We're confident in that position, but we've got an ongoing quarterly or annual process to continue to monitor that raw water to ensure that Tasmanians have a basis for confidence. And look, I should just add in terms of overall remarks, now we're here, we want to make sure that we can respond to the community's interest on behalf of the community, so we're very happy to provide responses. So that's the summary position. We haven't got protections. Somewhere between 1/3 and 2/3, we have different technologies, and those technologies are sometimes used for other reasons. For example, activated carbon is helpful to remove taste and odour compounds. And our biggest treatment plant at Bryn Eston down in Hobart has got advanced multiple layers of treatment. So there's a basis for having confidence in the water quality.
Thank you. Water Services Association Australia stated in their responses to questions on notice that one of their member utilities estimates that an average household water bill of around $1,500 a year would increase to $2,000 per year if all PFAS needed to be removed from wastewater and biosolids. This estimate does not include cost impacts on drinking water, only wastewater treatment. Do you think that the community should be paying for PFAS removal from their water? And if not, what alternative funding structures would you propose?
Senator Thorpe, are you directing that to myself?
Yes. Well, I don't get any answers from the other witness, so sorry. Mr. Hawke, you're it.
Well, I can speak within my area of regime. Look, the principles that I point you towards, and you might want to make a note of these, the Rio Declaration to the 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development, one of the sort of forerunners, pointed to a number of principles that were worth having regard to. These include polluter pays principle, that industries responsible for contamination should bear their cost of treatment and remediation. The precautionary principle, you're familiar with that. The neighbourhood principle, we should take reasonable care to avoid acts or omissions that can be reasonably foreseen to cause injury. Proportionality principle, and that's really important here. The responses should be proportionate to the potential harm and consider the costs and benefits of action versus inaction. Again, in Tasmanian context, we haven't got an exposure with drinking water that's leading us to have a response. And then you've got intergenerational equity principle. So those principles I've outlined, again, many, not all of them, are in Rio Declaration, a worthwhile set of principles that I think are helpful for a government to formulate its views. When you come down to what should happen, we're talking about chemicals that haven't been manufactured in Australia, have been imported, and over a considerable period of time. So the ability to actually recover costs from the polluter or the companies that produce these chemicals is challenging, to say the least. That's probably all I need to say, but the principles that I would point you to were the ones that I outlined, and I think they're a basis to formulate a response.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify with Ms. Mackey, the CEO. Can you just please confirm you are the CEO, Tasmanian Waste and Resource Recovery Board? Is that correct?
I'm the acting CEO of the Tasmanian Waste and Resource Recovery Board.
Did you have any intention of answering any questions today, or were you purely coming here to state everything will need to go on notice?
I was asked to come to represent the Department of Natural Resources because nobody else could attend, so that I could take questions on notice, correct. I did provide this in advance to say it was a mistake that I was on the invite list, but I was still asked to attend. So my apologies if you feel that I can't answer your questions, but I'm not permitted to answer any questions.
So why did you turn up, Ms. Mackey? Ms. Mackey, why did you turn up? Because if you didn't turn up, that'd all go on notice anyway, right? So why did you turn up?
Because I was requested to attend.
So you cannot answer any questions in relation to your role as acting CEO of something very important when it comes to the Department of Natural Resources and Environment.
I work for the Tasmanian Waste and Resource Recovery Board.
So you couldn't answer maybe like your government's understanding of the impact of PFAS contamination on farming? Because there's farmers out there that are listening who'd like to know if you have any understanding of the impact of PFAS.
Not in the context of my current role.
Ms. Mackey, Holly, are you able to tell us who requested that you appear today? Was it someone within the Tasmanian government? Are you referring to there, or are you talking about the committee's request?
So the committee's requested, my name was nominated. When I realised that my name was nominated, I contacted Emma to let her know that it was incorrect. I spoke to the EPA and asked them to send a representative. They could not. I was asked to attend to take questions on notice.
So who nominated you, Holly?
A member of the Department of Environment Natural Resources Environment by accident. The policy team yes, the policy team, the central policy team within the Department of Natural Resources and Environment nominated me to attend when this invite came forward. I indicated I'm not the correct person to attend because I do not work in the Environment Division, nor do I work with the Environmental Protection Agency.
Okay.
I was asked to attend at the late notice of 10 a.m. this morning to take questions on notice. So it is my apology.
Yep. No worries. Well,
I've been doing something else.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on anyway and being and bravely at such short notice. But it's not your fault, Holly. But I'm pretty disappointed with the Tasmanian government, considering this committee's been to New South Wales and Sydney and had full presentations from the New South Wales EPA, from Sydney Water, from a whole range of government organisations, which, as I mentioned earlier, state governments don't need to appear at these inquiries, but they did in full cooperation, and it's disappointing we haven't been able to even get someone from the EPA on teleconference today. If they couldn't be here in person.
I understand, and I understand, and my apologies.
Yeah, no, thank you for at least having a go.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll definitely be giving you reams of questions on notice to provide in a timely manner. I will go back to a couple of questions to Tas Water because we still have some time. Can I ask Mr. Hawke, what publicly accessible waterways are impacted by PFAS?
Sorry, did you say publicly acceptable waterways?
Yes.
I missed the wording.
Yep.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by publicly.
So any water that can be accessed by the public, are you aware of any PFAS contamination?
That's right. I misheard accessible to be acceptable. So my knowledge would go to the EPA report that was referenced in the Tasmanian government submission. And then you add to that, which was also referenced, the airports as being two of the locations where historically there'd been higher concentrations. To the extent that then translates to waterways, I think that is the case, or what was referenced is the case for Launceston. Beyond that, I don't have a knowledge base. Our focus is principally on the drinking water. Of course, we also have treatment processes, but I'm not aware of a report outside of the EPA that the Tas government submission referenced.
Okay. And just my final question is, I understand precautionary advice is issued online recommending people not eat eels and fish from any waterways around Launceston Airport, including on private land. I assume not many people would actually notice this advice online. So have any physical signs been erected to also inform people?
Senator Thorpe, my awareness is I have heard of people commenting about physical signs downstream. The extent of that I couldn't comment, but I have heard people reference to me that there are some signs up, but that would probably, you probably need to direct that to either the Tasmanian government or the EPA.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Wednesday the 2nd of April 2025. Thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you. All the best for your consideration.
Thank you. We will now take a break for lunch and return at 1 p.m. representatives from Minderoo Foundation joining us by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Sarah Alison Dunlop, Head of Plastics and Human Health and Professor Emeritus, University of Western Australia.
Thank you. Is that just one? Yep. Professor, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, and I start by acknowledging the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation on whose lands we live and work, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this inquiry. As you know, Minderoo tackles some of the world's toughest issues, one of which is plastic pollution, and to us, health matters. So we're putting harm to human health from plastic and the chemicals in plastic, such as PFAS, to help solve the problem. As well as health mattering, data also matters. So we partner with global leaders to deliver high-quality impact science. And our aim is to change policy and raise public awareness. And today we have 4 messages for you. The first is that PFAS are not safe. They're part of a complex blend of chemicals that make up plastic and non-plastic products. They get into us and the fetus via the maternal blood. They then stay in us. We've even found them in post-mortem human brain. And to look at their impact on health, we did an umbrella review to synthesize the scientific literature. And we found consistent and statistically significant evidence for harm to health from PFAS. Reduced birth weight and length. These are adverse outcomes which in turn lead to poor outcomes later in life. So poor cognitive development, chronic diseases such as respiratory disease, heart disease, diabetes, and lower lifetime earnings, as well as increased risk of ADHD in girls, hay fever and obesity in children, and altered thyroid function in adults. There's other research which has identified risks to kidney and testicular cancer, and also concerningly reduced response to vaccines. And we think that particularly concerning is exposure in babies and children who have absolutely no choice. They're vulnerable, they're exposed at a vulnerable stage of their development, and then they then face a lifetime of accumulation. So it's a form of toxic trespass, if you like. The second message is we're really only scratching the surface. There's thousands of PFAS, and we're beginning to detect increasing numbers in humans. But we've only got evidence, systematically reviewed for just a very few of them. So we're flying totally blind with this very large class of chemicals, and every time we look, we find harm. The third message for you, and I think it's a key perspective that is often missed, is that PFAS impacts on human health are very expensive. So industry is essentially externalizing its costs. In the US, the fluoropolymer market is worth about $2 billion, and yet a recent study showed that the health costs from PFAS in plastic amounted to something between $4 and $60 billion. And so it seems to me very much the wrong way around. So based on those 3 messages about not safe, only scratching the surface, and it's expensive, the fourth message to this committee is that essentially the PFAS genie, chemical genie, is actually out of the bottle, and we need your help to put it back in with strong regulation. Regulation works because if you look at human biomonitoring data, as soon as regulation comes in or shortly thereafter, and there is a bit of a lag, exposures go down and we can expect to see improved health. A very striking example is lead, where it was removed in gasoline, and that gave a benefit in the US for $200 billion per annum since 1980, which added up to about $8 trillion benefit to the economy in that time. It's absolutely staggering. So we have to take plastic solution very seriously, and the exposure, we think, to chemicals, plastic chemicals, including PFAS, really reflects a regulatory failure whereby we're just not adequately reducing the risk, and it actually protects industry's short-term profits at the expense of long-term health and environmental impacts. So Minderoo's position on this is very clear. Australia needs to take decisive action, and we think it goes beyond the July 25 restrictions, which are related only to new products, with exceptions for articles that are already in use. We would argue that it needs to be for PFAS in products old and new. A few points about how one might go about this. Well, we think that transparency would go a very long way in the regulatory market. Please tell us what's in these products. We often don't know. And so we completely find ourselves taking a reactive approach and trying to regulate after the event, after it's got into humans and we see the harm. So we strongly recommend a precautionary principle to regulate this large class of chemicals. And when I say large, I mean large. You know that, and we can't possibly regulate these one at a time. It has to be a class-based approach. Otherwise, we just won't be able to catch up, yet alone keep up. The final benefit that I want to point out from strong regulation is that it actually protects industry. It benefits industry by providing regulatory certainty, and it relieves business burden, and it also reduces litigation risks. So that is our opening statement, and thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor Dunlop, for being here or giving evidence today. Can I ask about the umbrella review that's referred to in your submission? And at the first instance, are you able to summarise just briefly for us what were the major insights and findings of that review in terms of the impact on human health?
Yes, we looked at chemicals in plastic, not just PFAS, but 4 other major ones: a plasticizer, a bisphenol, called BPA, which you'll have heard about, as well as flame retardants. We synthesized the literature by doing this very, very carefully. We needed a balance sheet, Senator, because a lot of the literature out there was quite inconsistent. And so by looking at systematic reviews, which statistically combine all the data, and then doing an umbrella review, which systematically reviews the systematic reviews, we finally got there after 4 years' work. And we found that every single one of those chemicals was inducing harm. It was associated with harm across our lifespan, from before birth onwards. And for PFAS, I've already listed those chemicals, those impacts, but there were others that we saw which are consistent with a real need to be realistic about the impacts that chemicals, industrial chemicals, are having on human health, and the need to do something about it. I can rattle off all of the different health impacts that we saw in the umbrella review, and it's a piece of work that has had considerable impact in the world. So we're seeing also increased risk of miscarriage, increased risk of endometriosis, decreased sperm quality, thyroid function, of course. And the others that I've mentioned are also in relation to PFAS, I've already mentioned, so I don't need to go over those again. But it was a very striking piece of work that we need to get real about chemical contamination in our environment.
Thank you. I'm interested in delving into the method that was used in the systematic review. Yes. We face a challenge on this committee in relation to dealing with the volume of literature and reconciling some of the inconsistencies in that literature. Are you able to shed some insight into how we might approach it, given we won't have 4 years?
Of course. So, Senator, we faced exactly that same problem 5 years ago when I joined Minderoo to set up plastics and human health at our chairman, Andrew Forrest's request. So I started looking at the literature and I started doing PubMed searches, and I was horrified. I was seeing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of papers. And what was so concerning was that some would say there was an impact, others would say there wasn't. So, you know, where does the truth lie? So what you can do as a scientist is just imagine, I invite the committee to imagine the scientific literature is a bit like a pyramid. So at the bottom of the pyramid are this vast number, 800,000, whatever it is, primary papers, we call them individual studies, which are looking at a chemical and a health outcome. And that's where we saw effects, and sometimes we didn't. What you need to do to try and synthesize that literature is start getting a bit more focused. So you do something called a systematic review. And what this does is it takes a single chemical often and a single health outcome so that you can compare the studies. You are comparing apples with apples. And then you apply a statistical method called meta-analysis, where you put all the data into your computer and you work out an effect size as to whether or not there is harm or there isn't. So the problem that we faced 5 years ago and starting this journey is that, Senator, even the systematic reviews were showing some inconsistency. So what could we do about it? And it was that point that I did a cold call to the Joanna Briggs Institute at the University of Adelaide and said, help. And they suggested this relatively new methodology called umbrella review. And what that does is it looks at the level of the literature of the systematic reviews, so someone else has already synthesized them, and then it actually looks at the balance sheet of those systematic reviews. And it's essentially a sort of vote counting method where you say, yes, there is an impact, and no, there isn't. When I say impact, it's very rigorous because you're looking at a 95% level of confidence that there is harm. That's only 5% chance, so it's very strict. The other really important thing about this methodology, Senator, is to make sure that you take all the evidence into account for harm, no harm, or even protective of health. And that's very important to do because the last thing you ever want to do is introduce bias and be accused of driving your agenda on false data. So we were very careful about how we did that. We even tossed out about 15% of the systematic reviews that we came across because they were flawed statistically and giving us the wrong answer. So that's how, after about 4 years, we got to publishing the umbrella review. One of the disadvantages, Senator, is that although it's it is a very strong piece of work and it's giving us this consistency, what it doesn't do is capture the new data that are coming through. The last search was in 2020. It took us so long to do this. A lot of other work has come through, so we're looking at ways to expedite that analysis. But what I will say is that perhaps the most important finding from this was the consistency in the findings. I would be concerned as a medical researcher about any one of those single health outcomes, whether it's PFAS or any of the other chemicals. The fact that we're seeing multiple impacts on multiple aspects of our health from before conception onwards, to me, is something that we really need to sit up and shout about and change and take notice of. So I hope I've addressed the question, and I certainly sympathise with you, Senator, and the Senate inquiry by being faced with this vast literature. What on earth do you believe? And it's why we did that umbrella review, and we're actually pushing that forward with a new project to get these data out faster. Because one of the problems we found was that as fast as we were reviewing the systematic reviews, more were being published. And by the time we published the paper, there was about a 4-year gap and more systematic reviews than when we started. So just like the chemicals, the chemical industry is unleashing on us. We can't catch up, yet alone keep up, unless we regulate from the outset, before the start of the harm. Have I answered your question adequately, Senator?
You certainly have. It has prompted another question, though, which is there a qualitative weighting that's applied to the inputs of your umbrella review or the systematic reviews? Or are effectively all peer-reviewed publications treated equally?
Yeah, so no, we were very careful about that. We did a number of things. First of all, when people publish papers, they're not, unfortunately, necessarily of the highest quality. So we screened every systematic review through a process called AUSPar. We can send the acronym later, but it's essentially making sure that there isn't any bias. Did you, when you were doing your systematic review, make sure that all of the data were extracted in duplicate? Did you set up an a priori question in the first place so that you can't sort of change your mind halfway through and introduce bias, and lots of other checks and balances? So that was a qualitative assessment. And then what we did when we looked at the systematic reviews in the umbrella review, we did not do another quantitative assessment. We did not create another effect size, and that is what the methodology of an umbrella review is. What we did was assess each of the meta-analyses, and there are about 1,000 of them in all in the umbrella review, 240 of which approximately are on PFAS. We assessed their quality. We assessed the direction of the effect, whether it was harmful or not, or null. And we put all that in a sort of a vote counting series of diagrams. And then we synthesized that into the level which gave us the confidence for me to tell you about all the health impacts we see. And the top ranking impact was what we call, we've sort of coloured it red, and what we're saying there is consistent and statistically significant evidence of harm. So that's when we saw all of the impacts for that chemical and that health outcome to be statistically significant. There might have been some which were not statistically significant, but the direction of the effect was going the wrong way, i.e. towards harm. And then we had a series of rules which enabled us to look at other effects that perhaps weren't quite as strong. The other point I would very much like to make is one of the criticisms that one often gets in this field is this issue around cause, which I'm very happy to talk about in more detail if you would like. But let me just say there are a number of things you need to look at cause, and one of them is consistency. And we have seen consistent evidence. And, you know, if I were a betting woman, 95% is a pretty strong odds that something is going on. And we've seen this consistent evidence for harm, so we need to sit up and take notice that there's a real cause and effect here.
Thank you, Professor Dunlop. Do I have time for that? Yeah, okay. One of the observations in the Minderoo submission related to substitution. So when PFAS type chemicals are identified or banned, there was an issue around their replacement by equivalents, kind of fluorinated compounds or equally dangerous compounds. And in the process of your research or compiling that paper, was there a test or a classification of or a kind of a way of grouping the various types of PFAS or PFAS family compounds in a way that allowed you to capture all of them and potentially the derivatives or the newer forms of them?
Yeah. So that is a very good question. Before I answer I'll answer what we did. So when you conduct these literature reviews, part of the quality of your study depends on a very strict listing of all the things you're going to include or exclude. So in the umbrella review, we included a range of PFAS chemicals and a range of phthalates and bisphenols and the such like, which included substitutes. But what we found at this level was that science essentially has yet to catch up, because we only found evidence for harm to human health at this level in the umbrella review of the original substances. And I'm going to turn to BPA as an example and why we should be taking great notice of the PFAS and their substitutes. So BPA, as you've heard, I'm sure you've heard about it, and you can go and buy BPA bottles, etc. these days. The problem is that industry, without telling us, has now replaced it with BPS, which is a very similar molecule and turning out to be just as toxic. So we're essentially playing chemical whack-a-mole. The other example in the PFAS realm is to do with another molecule called Gen X, which was produced by industry. And the introduction of substitutes suffers exactly the same faults as does the introduction of the original chemical, in that there seems to be insufficient hazard testing in the first place of the PFAS in food contact materials. I found a paper suggesting that only about 50% had actually had any hazard testing on them, the rest hadn't. So we're essentially doing this the wrong way around. So in the umbrella review, we could only report on the chemicals that we found out about. And because industry doesn't tell us what they're putting in the products in the first place, and we as clinicians and researchers have to come along afterwards, measure it in humans, and then do the epidemiological studies at, I should say, the taxpayer's expense, not industry expense. That's why there's a lag between what we're finding in terms of the health impacts of the substitutes. In another piece of work, we very clearly mapped out this issue around the lag between the introduction of substitute chemicals and the start of the research on those substitute chemicals. And it's about 10 years. It was in another piece of work we did called the Plastic Health Map, where we mapped out a whole series of plastic chemicals and whether or not they were in humans and which health impacts were being looked at. Not, however, whether or not there was harm or not. We couldn't do it in that big study, but substitution is a serious problem because I don't think there's enough hazard testing in the first place, and then they don't tell us what they're substituting. Gaily tell us it's BPA free, but don't tell us it's BPS, and we are picking up BPS in our own studies in human urine as the substitution occurs. So I hope that's answered your question about the substitute chemicals. They are regrettable substitutions, very much so.
It has. If I might ask, and if it's available and can be provided to the committee, first is if there's a simple piece of literature, perhaps it's not simple, but if there's a piece of literature that was particularly relied on for the Annals of Global Health paper in terms of methodology that we might, or it doesn't have to be a single one, that we might usefully digest in order to deal with some of the matters around methodology that you raised earlier.
Yes, we did. We actually put that in the paper itself, but it might have been a bit obtuse, so we will look into that. I'm just saying, this work is not for the faint-hearted.
No.
It is a very rigorous methodology, and it's one that is now considered the highest pinnacle, the highest level of evidence that you can use. We certainly find that paper that are currently being used to A, change medical practice, and B, change policy. So they're up there in terms of their rigor and their reliability in reporting the balance sheet, I guess the balance sheet of evidence for harm, null or protective or no harm.
Sorry, the second question on notice, because I need to share the call, is around that question of substitution and whether you'd come across any literature that offered a regulatory pathway or suggested a method of regulation that would permit the capture of similar compound substitutes in the way that you were, for instance, approaching a prohibition or a limitation.
Yeah, of course. We will take that on notice. There's a lot been written about regulation in this space. It's not my area of expertise, but obviously very aware of it and how important it is. So we will follow up on that, Senator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers today.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Actually, Senator Goshat asked some similar questions that I had, but I just wanted to clarify one thing. On page 3 of your submission, you talk about non-intentionally added PFAS and plastics, which you've touched on. But so, are we able to identify how much PFAS is non-intentional in packaging? You've obviously got another category there you've outlined, which is intentionally added PFAS. Okay. And is there a process in the making of the plastics that PFAS can be removed?
Yes. Okay. That is such an interesting question. So it all speaks to this chemical universe which industry has created. And the non-intentionally added substances, or NIAS as they're called, can essentially be considered as contaminants. And that can constitute, in the terms of PFAS, other PFAS that you didn't think were in there. Plus, because these chemicals are chemicals and they do what chemicals do, or get done to them, they actually get transformed into other chemicals, either by environmental, sunlight or oxidation, or by bacteria, etc., in the environment, so biological transformation. So this really is a very large area. There are concerns in that space because there are some chemicals where it turns out, this is not for PFAS, it's for other chemicals, in fact in tyres, that when they're released into the water turn into a transformation product which turned out to be much more toxic than the original one. Now the best source for this information is an extraordinary not-for-profit based in Switzerland called the Food Packaging Forum. They are scientifically based. They publish very high-quality papers, and we work with them. We're collaborating with them. And they were the ones who actually, they look at food packaging material, whether it's plastic or otherwise, and they search through the literature. They've got databases on the chemicals that can be extracted in the lab from food packaging materials, and data on chemicals that migrate out of food packaging materials. So those data are available, and the paper that we can send you on that was one in which I think I mentioned it earlier in our conversation, and that is that of the PFAS that they identified in the food packaging materials, only about 57% had actually had hazard testing. The rest had not. And they also included non-intentionally added. So that information, Senator Whish-Wilson, is available, and we can send you that paper as well from the Food Packaging Forum, and perhaps highlight in yellow the bits that are most relevant for you, so you don't have to trawl through the whole thing.
Yeah, great. Thank you. If I could formally request that you send that to the committee, that would be great.
Yes.
Professor Dunlop.
Thank you.
So perhaps we can get more information there. I just had a follow-up question though. Would there be quality assurance or testing for non-intentional PFAS in plastics and packaging? Are you aware?
I don't know, and I think the issue here is that they are non-intentionally added. No one thought to add them. they're contaminants, so they haven't been tested, but we're finding them.
Yep.
And it speaks to this whole, as I mentioned, this phrase chemical universe, which is being created by industry and to which we are being exposed on an everyday basis. So I don't think that there is an answer to that.
Well, thank you. In relation to the second category, for simplicity, intentionally added PFAS and plastic alternatives, is there information available for things like packaging that we might get in the supermarket as to whether they do contain PFAS, like intentionally added? Is there any database or testing for this?
Good question, a very good question, and something, we know what's in the biscuits. We don't know what's in the packaging because when you go and look at the package, there's nothing about the chemicals in the packaging. Again, the best source for that is, and also just going back to the package itself, I doubt that there'd be room to put all the chemicals, to list them all on that package. You need a very big package. Again, the best source for that is the Food Packaging Forum, and we can look up that information for you. My understanding is that I don't know whether industry are strictly compelled to tell us, you, me, the general public, which chemicals are added to plastic products. We think that one of the strongest things regulation can do is introduce transparency. For goodness sake, tell us what's in it, because otherwise we have to come along after the event, find out it's got out of the products, find out it's got into us, find out it's giving us harm. And yeah, it's harming us. So transparency, we think, would go a very long way, both for the first chemicals and the substitutes for them. Again, with respect to sources of information, the best place is the Food Packaging Forum. It is, they have a series of extraordinary databases which they're building, and one can look at those. It's pretty scary because they're so big and lots of chemicals are listed. But what the Food Packaging Forum has had to do is they don't name the brands or the individual items. I think that's part of their governance structure being, in fact, I'm sure it is, because I remember Jane Monk mentioning that. Dr. Jane Monk is the CEO of the Food Packaging Forum. They do talk about just the type of material, Senator Wish-Wilson, whether it's plastic or paper or whatever, and you'll be considering all of these. So we can also give you the contact details for Dr. Jane Monk, who I think will be able to give you a faster way in to answer the questions that you're asking rather than you're having to dive into all of the databases, because, as I said earlier, this thing is not for the faint-hearted at all. So I'm sure she would be willing to help should you wish that.
Okay, well, that would be very useful. Could I just ask in simple terms, in your evidence, where you do actually give us the footnote for the Food Packaging Forum's FCC MyGex database, you mentioned that there's confirmed by a large number of studies in this database that I suppose PFAS migrates from these packaging materials into the food and beverages they contained. And you've also mentioned in your submission that this should be a priority area for government to look at food contact materials. Are you able to tell us how the PFAS migrate from the packaging? Is it from heating, for example, or?
Yes, it could be. Can I just step back a bit? Because we also discovered that there's something else about food packaging, particularly plastic food packaging. So plastic food packaging is made of a polymer, polyethylene or whatever it is. And then what can happen in the creation of that packaging is that it is fluorinated. So they squirt fluorine gas over the surface of it. And what that does is the fluorine locks onto some of the carbons and forms the PFAS. And the logic behind this is to stabilize the polymer surface. So it only glances across the surface of the polymer and you get this changed chemical structure. Now, what on earth, which PFAS are being produced during that process, we don't know. But what happens is we know from the work that they've done, and they've also gathered information from other labs which have looked at this migration, that the chemicals are migrating out in water, and I think they use fatty foods as well. And there is evidence also for microwaving plastic containers. Yep. Now, whether or not that's for PFAS coming out, I'm not sure. But yes, the MIGEX refers to migration X, out of the packaging. So we can look into that for you as to how it actually gets out. I think the other thing is that if you can just imagine a piece of plastic for a minute as like a spaghetti. So you've got to make plastic, you need a polymer. So it's polyethylene or polystyrene or polyvinyl chloride, and they're long strings of repeating units of the same thing. They are absolutely useless on their own. You have to add other chemicals to that polymer to make it flexible, colored, UV resistant, heat stable, and the such like. The problem is that the chemicals you add in, so the PFAS, the phthalate, the plasticizers and flame retardants, are not chemically bonded to this polymer, and it makes it very easy, or it makes it easy for those chemicals to leach out. That's why they get out of the polymer. And presumably in a cardboard pizza box or any other paper product with a surface, even inside a tin can, we've got polymer resins. The same is going to apply because of the nature of the plastic material itself. It's a very complex mixture with the spaghetti. Sorry, I haven't finished the analogy here. Yeah. The additives that you put in the PFAS and the phthalate, the plasticizers and the flame retardants, that's the bolognese, right? It doesn't stick to the spaghetti. It doesn't stick to the spaghetti. It falls off the spaghetti. It comes out of the spaghetti and gets all over your shirt.
Yes, I'm guessing it doesn't taste as good as bolognese either. Okay, great. Thank you. A couple of quick things, because I know the chair's got some questions too. In terms of you, we went into a bit of this regrettable substitution point you made in the submission with Senator Ghosh, but your first sentence here, you say, despite burgeoning evidence, industry has continued producing PFAS and governments have failed to act to prevent these mobile and persistent compounds polluting the entire planet and bodies of human beings. Why do you think governments have failed to act to this point? Is it just not getting the right information? Is it lobbying by the companies that produce these compounds? What do you think the key reason is?
I think it's multiple. I mean, let's contrast this with the pharmaceutical industry. If you are looking at a chemical which you prescribe to push into someone's mouth or inject into them, there's a massive amount of regulation around producing that drug, through lots of lab tests, through clinical trials. And then after it's being used, you've got a pretty surefire way of picking up harm if it happens. You've got this whole machinery of being able to observe human beings in relation to that drug. Not so with industrial chemicals. It seems that they are operating in a completely different environment where my understanding is that they don't have to tell us what they're producing. In fact, they only have to tell us what they're producing if it's over a certain volume, and that changes per country. I think it's about 1,000 kilograms. Over that, you have to start reporting it. So you could have a lot of small companies flying under the radar with that. So why aren't governments taking more notice? Well, I think it's because industry's operating on its own. It's in a Wild West type situation where it's producing these chemicals for profit. Let's put it very bluntly. And anything to do with, and the other very intriguing thing about this whole area, and very worrying thing, is that all of the costs to health and the environment are not paid for by industry. They're paid for by our health, the environmental health, and taxpayers. So in essence, we've sort of been caught on the hop because we don't have a strong regulatory system in place in the first place to look after this big area. And it is a big area. The last time I looked, there were quotes of 350,000 industrial chemicals, and it's on the increase. It's an extremely profitable industry, the chemical industry. Making all these, which we then use. We love all these products. Everything we've got is made with these chemicals, but we haven't thought carefully enough about what they're made of and what the long-term consequences are of this chemical suite. There is a big push to start thinking about alternative materials, but unfortunately they're more expensive, so we've got to make it flip. We've absolutely got to make it flip so that the true cost of the harmful products is taken into account to balance the level playing field, to bring up the market share of the safe and sustainable alternate materials. The other aspect that I'd like to mention, of course, is the Australian government's significant role in the United Nations Global Plastics Treaty. Thank you for that. We have been very active in that space, as you know, and we certainly applaud the work that you've done, particularly with respect to the products. I mean, my understanding is that the reason Australia is focusing on chemicals in products is because we don't make the chemicals in the first place. We're importing them in products. So if we had some kind of border control, that would help. I should say that the fluoropolymer industry is coming from a very small number of players, not in this country necessarily, but it then means that if you've got a small number of industries, it could be controlled with the right sort of regulation. I think the same is true for plastic and, in fact, the entire chemical industry. Yeah. So we need to work with them.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Donald. This was going to be my second last question. This exact issue on the plastics treaty and your comment in your submission. Did you get any traction at all during the various negotiations on this issue of including PFAS excluding PFAS from production as part of the international treaty?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. There was a lot of debate, as you'll know, with the petrochemical states pushing back very strongly in a very coordinated and effective approach from, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, China, India, and others to try and make the treaty only about the end of the problem, the pollution, when really we need to tackle this problem from the beginning and look even at production. Yeah. So one of the things that we pushed hard to do was to include human health throughout the treaty. It's not just a waste issue, it's also a health issue. There was, of course, pushback from that. But the other key thing was to include chemicals and chemicals of concern. That's covered in Article 3 of the treaty. And even now, there's a pushback from the petchem states not even to include that. We still need it to be included. What we would be very happy with in the Global Plastics Treaty is, because this is such a complex area, to have the chemicals mentioned, at least in Article 3, that it's something we need to do something about, including PFAS. And then in the annexures, which will start and then strengthen over time, we would populate that with the details, one of which would be as I mentioned earlier, we've got to have transparency. Tell us, for goodness sake, what's in us. It would go a very long way. Instead of flying blind all the time. And secondly, is not to regulate one chemical at a time. It's totally daft. They're all related to each other. They're having very similar effects. We haven't got time to regulate one at a time. So I think, if we can pull this off in June, the meeting is in Geneva, August in Geneva, then at least we've got to start. But I don't think we can wait for the Global Plastics Treaty. We need to act now. I think it's going to really play out at a country level for us all being responsible for chemical management.
Right, well, good luck with that. I imagine it would be tough at these negotiations when you're outnumbered by industry representatives, which was the case.
Give them a run for their money.
Oh, well, I bet you do. Can I just ask, in relation to that regulation you talked about more broadly, in your submission you talk about the US House of Representatives introduced a forever chemicals regulation, but it says phase out of all non-essential uses of PFAS. Are you able to let the committee know what the essential uses were in that bill, or where we could get that information?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
That'd be great, because that does come up time and time again when we talk about bans. People say, oh, well, we need it for this and we need it for that. So, and just very last question. On page 5 of your submission, when you're talking about the health impacts linked to PFAS exposure and the umbrella review evidence, you say this is a very high degree of confidence in this evidence, making it suitable for guiding policy. I suppose it's a pretty big question, but at what point do you think governments and other experts will see it the same way you do at Minderoo, Professor Dunlop, that there is a high degree of certainty, for example, around respiratory problems or obesity, thyroid changes? Okay. How far away are we from this?
Well, I'd like to think when you've left this call that you will be converted. If I may just very briefly talk about cause, because people say, oh, you're only showing a link. It's not cause. We are now doing what are called hybrid epidemiological studies, where we are actually able to look inside the black box of the human body, identify exactly what's going wrong in the human body, and we have identified that prenatal exposure with BPA is causal. There's causal evidence for autism spectrum disorder. We've got other evidence for ADHD. Now, can I also make the point that cause, the statement, oh, you haven't got cause, you've only got link, is something we need to put to bed right now, because it's being used to delay, deny, and distract when the situation is serious. You know, to my mind, it's not legal. Well, we all know it's not legal to deliberately give people, babies, pregnant mothers, toxic chemicals, wait till their babies are born and find out whether or not there's an impact. And yet we're doing it every single day with PFAS and all sorts of other chemicals in a massive, uncontrolled experiment on ourselves. As well as the hybrid epidemiology, we've got the consistency. We're seeing, I'd be worried, as I said earlier, about even one of those health impacts, but we've got a whole suite of them. So, yes, we can talk about cause. And the other issue in this space is the balance of harm versus safety. So the industry who say, well, you haven't got cause, and effectively what they're doing is delaying, denying, and distracting, they're putting it on us as the clinicians and the researchers to prove harm after the event. The other side of the coin is that they prove safety before the event. So we need a proper, independent hazard testing of all chemicals before they're used in products, plus telling us what's in them. And then, because all the hazard testing is done in tissue culture and lab animals, which can't possibly emulate human longevity or our complex diseases, you need strong, consistent human biomonitoring to pick up which chemicals have got into humans and what the likely health impacts are. So I hope that I've converted you, Senator Richardson.
Well, it sounds very similar to when we're trying to look at seismic testing and the impact that had on marine life. The industry ran exactly the same line about us having to prove harm. Yeah, thank you.
We've got the evidence to act now. We have the evidence to act now. We cannot delay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Professor, I just have 3 further questions. We finish this session in 5 minutes, so we'll see how we go. What do you think are the consequences of government inaction on PFAS?
The consequences of government's inaction on PFAS is that exposure continues, and with it, the impacts on human health, and with it, industry's continued ability to go on producing more and more chemicals scot-free. So we have to think about the future generations here. They are being impacted from before, but they have no choice. It's a form of toxic trespass, as I mentioned. So the impacts are on our health and on environmental health.
Thank you. You state in your submission the striking fact that most of the health impact evidence relates to children, as they are more vulnerable to chemical exposure. This is obviously very scary for many parents out there who don't know how to protect their children from PFAS exposure through consumer products. So how can they best do that?
It's such a good question, and we have to have solutions. We cannot be merchants of doom. And there is actually a social inequity here, because often packaged food and fast food, in particular, as we know from rural communities and the such like, has a higher risk associated with it because of the chemicals in it, and yet it's cheaper. So that's the wrong way around. So what can people do? If they can, buy fresh vegetables and fruit. And things like food, baby pouches. Not that you put the baby in the pouch, you put the food in the pouch, the baby pouch. And then you see, and if you look, we've analysed them, and they're leaching toxic chemicals into the baby food. And it's a real problem, because there's rows and rows of them in the supermarket, and they've all got very high surface areas packaged to volume of food. So I guess it's balancing up convenience, isn't it, of people's very busy lives. We need to think about how we live, and also I think the other thing that will go a very long way to this is alternative materials which do not contain PFAS materials, PFAS chemicals. We used to manage without PFAS. We don't need them. They were in fact discovered quite by accident, and then industry realised that they repelled grease, water and heat, as well as litigation, as far as I can work out. And then they found a use for them. We don't need them. We need alternative materials that are safe. So in the meantime, what do people do? I would advise to look for PFAS-free tablets on labels, sorry. But if that's not there, doesn't mean to say it's not there. And if at all possible, avoid packaged food where you can, and drink. Or microwaving. You don't want to heat food in a microwave, in a plastic container. The other issue, and I'm very conscious of the social equity or inequity here, is all of the synthetic materials that are in our houses. So furniture and the such like is sprayed with, Scotch Guard and the such like, which protects it from the stains. And then there are other building materials as well, which contain toxic chemicals. So we are surrounded by them. We can make a start, and we need your help. It can't always be put on the public to make the change. That was actually pushed by industry with plastic and recycling, saying recycling, plastic's a waste problem. For God's sake, recycle it. But you can't. Only 10% can be recycled, maximum. And it's toxic stuff in the first place. And when you recycle it, guess what? We've discovered it gets even more toxic with more toxic chemicals in it. So we need you to help us with chemical regulation, and we, the public, will do our bit with reducing our use of things that we actually don't really need.
Thank you. And just finally, can you please outline why you advocate for a whole class approach to banning all PFAS in all applications?
Yeah, that's such a good question. So I did do chemistry A-level quite a long time ago, but chemicals are very interesting, and they are grouped. There are so many of them, and they're grouped into classes according to their structure. So PFAS turn out to be long strings of carbon atoms stuck together with fluorine stuck on the carbon, which is the strongest bond known to humankind. We made it, and that's why they're forever chemicals. They don't break down. And then there are other chemical moieties or bits that stick off that sort of chain, which gives you these different chemicals. There's been a very interesting paper which we can send you about the reason why you need to regulate PFAS as a class, and it goes straight to the heart of the structure I've just mentioned, because it's that carbon-fluorine bond which makes it so persistent and, at least for the evidence we've got, also toxic. So you can comfortably say, given that property of the carbon-fluorine bond, and that all of them are sort of buddying up together with this property of not being, can't break them down, and the ones we know about are harmful, then it needs to be regulated as a class. And the other reason, if you flip the argument round, is that we will never get anywhere if we try and regulate chemicals one at a time. We've done that for BPA, which you've heard about, and the European Food and Safety Authority has now dropped the tolerable daily intake, TDI, to something like 0.04 nanograms per kilogram. That's parts per billion. It's below the level of detection of our instruments, or it's at the level of detection. So no level is safe. So busy as they are, and it's taken years to figure out BPA, we've now, thank you very much to industry, got BPS, BPAS, BPS, BPZ, BPAP. It just goes on. There's about 17 substitutes who are all very similar. And if we have to go through and try and regulate every single one of them, I've used the phrase, we can't catch up, let alone keep up. And so the two things that are going to help with that, the transparency as well as class-based chemical regulation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor, for appearing today. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 2nd of April, 2025. Thanks for appearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives of the Air Services Australia and the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, Jennifer Stace, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Domestic Aviation and Reform Division.
And Tori Wright, Assistant Secretary, Airport Environment Branch at the Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short... Oh, I beg your pardon. We've got a services via teleconference. So, Ms. Patterson.
Good afternoon, Michelle Peterson, Chief Aerodromes Officer.
Good afternoon, James Comley, National PFAS Technical Lead.
And good afternoon, Paul Stoddard, Chief Customer and External Relations Officer.
Thank you, and my apologies for only looking at the people in the room and not realising you're all here on the teleconference. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
First, if you like. We don't have an opening statement, thank you, but note that the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts submission sets out the department's roles and our engagement around PFAS. We're delivering the Australian Government PFAS Airports Investigation Program at civilian airports, where firefighting services were previously provided using PFAS-containing foams, and the department also has responsibilities in regard to environmental regulation at federally leased airports. So we're here to help with any questions that you might have in regard to those activities.
Thank you. To Air Services.
Thank you, Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to make an opening statement on Air Services' work in relation to its investigations and management of PFAS at its sites. My name is Paul Stoddard. I'm the Chief Customer and External Relations Officer, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Ms. Michelle Peterson, Chief Aerodromes Officer, and Mr. James Comley, our PFAS Technical Lead. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the people of the Kanamaluka traditional owners of the land upon which we work in Launceston, and we pay our respect to Aboriginal elders past and present. We respect all Tasmanian Aboriginal people, their culture and their rights as the first peoples of this land. We're disappointed we cannot be with you today, but we've been caught up in the response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred over the weekend and have been unable to get to Launceston in person. I understand our Program Director for our current works at Launceston Airport, Mr. Mark Page, was able to provide you with a site inspection of our remediation activity at the former fire training ground yesterday. I hope we were able to demonstrate the work we are undertaking and the type of activity we have planned at other locations, but also the complexity in undertaking these types of initiatives, particularly at operational civilian airports. Air Services is Australia's air navigation service provider, which means we are responsible for Australia's airspace management and aviation rescue firefighting services, and we are funded by the aviation industry. We are a government-owned organisation established under the Air Services Act of 1995, and we are a designated corporate Commonwealth entity under the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act of 2015. We have over 2,000 operational employees providing air traffic management and firefighting services at airports across the country. In the last financial year, our air traffic management staff safely handled more than 3.9 million aircraft movements, and our firefighters responded to over 4,400 calls for help and saved over 20 lives. Since we were established in 1995, our firefighters have used various types of firefighting foams as dictated by international regulation and global best practice. From the early 1980s, 3M Lightwater was the preferred foam used around the world, and from our investigations, it is recognised as the foam that has caused the most concern in relation to PFAS due to its environmental impact. When concerns about these foams first emerged in the early 2000s, we acted quickly and commenced a number of actions, the first being to transition away from this foam that was known to contain PFAS and PFOA, a process which we carried out between 2001 and 2003. At that time, the only firefighting foams accredited for use by aviation rescue firefighting services also contained PFAS, although was thought not to contain PFAS. We changed to the regulator-approved foam called Ansilite in 2003. Importantly, following the advent of PFAS-free foams that met regulatory approval for use in aviation rescue firefighting, in 2010 we stopped using foams with any PFAS content at all civilian airports, and we've been PFAS-free ever since. The next significant action we undertook was to commence an extensive testing and investigation program. Air Services' National PFAS Management Program is focused on determining the extent of PFAS at and around our leased sites on airport to inform ongoing management actions and remediation requirements. We have ongoing investigations at 18 locations where Air Services has historically used PFAS-containing foams. Many of these investigations are in their final stages of completion and are expected to be completed this calendar year. Following the completion of these investigations, we will implement reasonable and practical actions to mitigate any identified risks through a prioritised program of work. A good example of this is our remediation project at Launceston, which received Public Works Committee approval last year and is making good progress. We have already excavated over 10,000 cubic metres of PFAS impacted soils of the target 18,000 cubic metres at that site. The remediation works are on track to be completed by the end of June this year. In addition to the remediation works at Launceston, Air Services has finalised remediation plans at Canberra's main fire station and fire training ground, and at the former fire training ground at Rockhampton. The Rockhampton works are the subject of a current Public Works Committee inquiry. The remedial works at these airports focus on remediation of residual PFAS mass within the identified source, similar to what we've seen at Launceston. We're also in the planning stages for remediation at a further 9 airports. In addition to larger-scale remediation undertakings, we have a suite of activities at a further 16 locations, including wastewater capture and removal of legacy PFAS-impacted soil stockpiles, cleaning of sediments from drains, and the application of treatment products to concrete pads, all aimed at reducing PFAS migration from our leased areas. We have also invested significantly in research and development initiatives to better understand PFAS and to support the development of solutions and technologies. We continue to share our investigation results with Commonwealth and state regulators, including through roundtable forums established for each airport as part of our national PFAS management program. Our collaboration with Defence, almost finished, Senator and Chair. Our collaboration with Defence and the Department of Infrastructure's investigation program to share data and lessons learned from our respective investigations is also an important component. A fundamental principle we have always applied is taking whatever action is necessary to ensure the safety of our people and the community. From a staffing perspective, in 2012, we engaged the University of Queensland to conduct what we believe to be a world-first longitudinal occupational exposure study of our firefighters. The study has now been completed over 2 rounds, the most recent being published in 2020. Nearly 800 current and former Air Services staff participated in the second study, including 137 of the participants from the first round. The researchers enabled Air Services confirm that existing workplace health and safety controls have been effective in reducing PFAS exposure and that there is minimal ongoing occupational exposure of PFAS at these sites. In conclusion, we are focused on completing the program of comprehensive investigations currently underway as quickly as possible, sharing the findings with stakeholders and using the information to inform reasonable and practical actions. Essentially, we want to get on with getting the work done where we can as quickly as we can. However, it is important to note our sites are complex. They are on operational airports, many are on industrial estates surrounded by a range of chemical contamination sources, including PFAS, and not all from Air Services actions. We continue to work with Commonwealth, state and territory government, health and environment regulators, policy agencies, airports and research institutions to inform our approach. And openness and transparency underpins our investigation programs and stakeholder engagement. And on that note, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses from the Department and from Air Services Australia for being here. I'm going to go to Air Services Australia first, please. Are you able to provide us, just in terms of a brief outline, a summary of the method or mechanism of the remediation project at the Launceston Airport and some indication of the timing and duration of the project and the cost of the project?
Yes, Senator. Paul Stoddard here. I will be able to give you an outline, and then I might ask Mr. Comley to add to my response. So we've initiated remediation of the now decommissioned firefighting training ground. This is expected to involve excavation and removal of soil and infrastructure impacted by PFAS, and then the safe disposal of these materials. We will then refill and revegetate the works area. The project was split into 2 phases, some enabling works and then main works. The enabling works included moving a road, building the building of 3 pads and a shed. These works were approved by Airport Building Control in September 24, with the permit to work issued on the 19th of September 2024, with works completed in December 2024, which then kicked off the main works, which were approved on the 19th of December and commencing on the 6th of January 2025, and on track for completion by the 30th of June 2025. That's kind of the outline. I might hand over to Mr. Comley to talk to more detail about the methodology that we're employing.
All right, thanks, Mr. Stoddart. Thanks, Senator. So just to run you through the methodology. So the remediation action plan and the design of the remediation was informed by results of the characterisation and investigation program. So essentially, that gives you an indication of PFAS concentrations in various soils at various depths across the fire training ground. That information gets fed into a numerical model, a computer model, and that computer model then produces a 3D image, effectively, of where the residual PFAS contamination and impacts are in the soil. That allows you then to define the area of excavation. Within the area of excavation, and the remediation action plan has a target of 18,000 cubic metres of PFAS impacted soil to be remediated. Within that 18,000 cubic metres of soil, there are actually soils in different brackets of impact. And by brackets of impact, I mean different concentrations of PFAS. In Australia, there is what's known as the National Remediation Framework, amongst other national guidance documents that talk to a hierarchy of remedial techniques. And very high on that hierarchy of remedial techniques is what's known as reinstatement, stabilisation, in situ reinstatement of material. Such that at a site like Launceston, roughly 16,000 cubic metres of the 18,000 cubic metres of soil is being excavated, treated, and I think you saw that process yesterday when you were on site. It's treated with an activated carbon-based amendment, and what that carbon-based amendment does is it effectively locks the PFAS into that soil mass. Once that soil is treated, it's then validated to ensure that there is an appropriate reduction in the amount of PFAS that can leach from that material, and the target for the work at Launceston is a 95% reduction in leachable PFAS concentration. Once it's confirmed that the treatment has been effective, that material is then reinstated into the ground. It's compacted, and ultimately a low permeability capping layer. And that low permeability capping layer that's put over the reinstated material is intended to reduce the amount of rainfall that interacts with that reinstated material. So effectively, it forms a waterproof seal over the top of the reinstated material. By doing that kind of reinstatement, it also reduces the amount of material of higher PFAS concentrations that's ultimately sent off airport, either to landfill in Tasmania, subject to approval of landfill acceptance criteria in Tasmania. Some of the material actually has high enough PFAS concentrations such that it cannot be sent to landfill in Tasmania and cannot lawfully be disposed in Tasmania, in which case that material is sent over the strait to a thermal destruction plant in Victoria. So that kind of gives you, of the 18,000 cubes of material, roughly 16,000 cubes of material is treated and reinstated, and 2,000 cubes of material is disposed off airport. I hope you appreciate from the site visit that we took, my colleagues took you on yesterday to our site. There's a lot of science and there's a lot of steps involved in that process. It's not simply a question of digging 18,000 cubes of material out of the ground. Each and every stockpile is excavated, tracked, treated, tested, confirmed the remedial phase before any material is reinstated into the ground. The remediation the intent of the remediation at Launceston is to remediate 90% of that modelled residual PFAS mass in the former fire training ground. And the effectiveness of that remediation is underpinned, or the assessment of that effectiveness of the remediation is underpinned by a supplementary document, which is called a validation sampling plan. And that validation sampling plan establishes a series of short, medium and long-term measures that relate to the reduction of PFAS migration from the former fire training ground area. And that effectiveness will be assessed after the works are completed through an ongoing and long-term monitoring program.
Thank you. Can I ask about the research and development trials that are referred to in your submission? There's a number of them referred to, and then there's reference to Commonwealth-supported research projects. In terms of the methods and mechanisms referred to in those research and development trials, are you able to just give us an indication of which ones you think are most promising from Air Services Australia's perspective in future remediation of airport sites?
Thank you, Senator. I think this is another question from Mr. Conley, so I might ask Mr. Conley to respond.
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for your question. So, per our submission, we have historically and continue to invest heavily in research and development. I think it would be fair to say that as the science of PFAS matured over the last decades, the need for remediation technologies has come to the fore, and there's been that progression in the advancement of remediation technologies. I think there's probably a couple of highlights that I would like to speak to. The first is the application of soil binding agents. So Air Services back in 2014 worked with a proprietary product, soil immobilization product back in 2014, to assess the effectiveness and longevity of those soil binding agents in reducing that leachability of PFAS. Those products, or that generic group of products, have now become somewhat mainstream, and it's those products or those equivalents of those products that are currently being used, and the same principles that are currently being used down in Launceston for that reinstatement of material. And whilst I can't speak on behalf of the Commonwealth Department of Defence, that rehabilitation, that stabilisation technology is used broadly across the broader Commonwealth estate. I think there's another interesting development in the research and development phase is around concrete treatments. So if you imagine a fire training ground, obviously it is a large concrete pad on which historically training activities using historically legacy PFAS impacted foams were deployed. Effectively, that PFAS has become absorbed into that concrete pad and continues to leach out over time. In some instances, it's obviously not practical for Air Services. We need to continue to provide the services that we provide to the aviation industry. It's not, in some instances, it's not practical to actually physically demolish and remove that concrete structure. So we've worked with a number of providers, and one proprietary product in particular, to look at the application of a concrete sealant, concrete crystallizer technology. We've now actually rolled that technology out at a number of our fire training grounds and or emergency vehicle wash bays and maintenance areas, in areas where there are known to be PFAS impacts in the concrete and leaching from that concrete. And those products are now demonstrably reducing the amount of PFAS that is leaching from those concrete surfaces. The kind of reductions in leachable concentrations are in the 90, 95 or even higher percentage range. So I think that's just two examples as the remediation technology, as more remediation activities are undertaken for PFAS, That's the support that Air Services has had and continues to have in developing those remedial technologies.
Thank you. Sure. And may I ask you now to the department, are you able to provide us just a quick update on the program that's referred to in your submission that's to be completed by the 30th of June 2027 and the first investigations by mid-2026? Is that likely, or is that still on track?
Yeah, sure, of course. So just to recap what the program is about. So the program looks at identifying the nature and extent of PFAS contamination with using independent, audit whole of site testing. And so where you've sort of seen or the description so far at Launceston Airport, what the PFAS program does is take a whole of site perspective. So it will build on that work that's already happening and look at that site holistically. The program, I'll get Tori to talk in more detail about the program, but it has evolved over time. We initially kicked off through a pilot program. Some of those airports have moved into the full program. There's about 8 airports that kicked off in the first tranche of the program, and we're progressing through the program, and the work of the program works through progressively from initial site investigations, doing that preliminary work into more detailed work and so forth. So I might hand over to Tori, who can talk in more detail about the program.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. So we have 37 airports in scope for the program, and they're those airports where the Commonwealth or Air Services have had a history in providing firefighting services with foams that contain PFAS. Of that 37, as Ms Stace indicated, we had a number start in the pilot. There were 8 airports in that tranche. They have moved into the main program as tranche 1. Launceston Airport is one of those early adopters, and you would have heard that this morning from the airport themselves, that they voluntarily chose to participate. And I guess I would say it is a voluntary program. We can't compel airports to come on board. We also opened up tranche 2 March last year, and there's another 7 airports in that bucket, I guess, of airports participating. And last week we approached a further 10 airports, which sees us for the first time under the program moving into not just looking at those airports that we regulate, but into the non-federally leased airports. And of interest would be in the Tasmanian context, Wynyard, Burnie and Devonport were approached this week.
So just to add to that, the program is on track for that timing. So we're probably, I guess, in a broader sense, about halfway through. So there's a lot of sites that have done that preliminary work. We're working through moving into that next stage of the detailed investigation, and we're working on track for that time frame in 27.
Yeah, and field works have commenced at a number of airports.
So, Senator Wilson, I was going to ask, this is my first question, Chair, but on this point, so could you just clarify for me again how you work with Air Services? Like, what's the difference? Like, I know we've heard about the National PFAS Management Program and the funding on that, and you've talked about your PFAS Airports Investigation Program. Yep. How do they work together? Because I'm a little bit confused.
You can go for that.
So our program is the $130.5 million program for the 37 airports.
Right.
Air Services program is separate to that. It started before ours, but their program is focused on their lease areas on those airports. So the fundamental difference is our program is looking at whole of airport where you have multiple sources, multiple tenants.
So they're not mutually exclusive. They can
That's
they
right.
can
We're
be
building
complementary.
on the work. Right. We're dovetailing, I guess, is a way to think about it. So Air Services has its program of work and its areas that it has historically operated, and we're working from that. We're working together in terms of information sharing and building on that information to add to that, to take a whole of site perspective, which brings in all of any sort of the lessees and operations at the airport. So it's not just the Air Services areas.
That's clarified that for me.
Yep.
Thanks, Baron.
It's actually your call.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah,
oh, okay. All right.
Thanks.
All right, well, there's my first question gone anyway. Okay, but yeah, look, taking Launceston as an example, so your approach, you've said you've approached Devonport and Burnie Airport. Is the I suppose the process the Launceston Airport has gone through in the last 10 years with Air Services Australia, has it kind of set a precedent, I suppose, or is it a model for other airports to work with across different departments and stakeholders to get work done where necessary?
Yeah, look, as you've seen, it's a good example to see action now on the ground there, and obviously that gives us great learnings for how to continue and roll this out at, what needs to happen at other sites.
Yeah.
I think, and Tori, jump in to add to that, I think, the way that the program is operating aims to provide a consistent approach across all of those airports. So we have a consistent methodology with, that leading into management plans that will, be a consistent approach across all of the airports. So the learnings that you've heard around how we work together and the consultation and having all the different parties work together, that will transfer into what we're doing at the other sites as well.
Yeah, I think what I'd add to that is, so under the investigation program, one of the fundamental things that we do is to bring those parties together. So Air Services, ourselves, the Airport Environment Officer, the EPAs and the airport. So there is that, I guess, cross-pollination and information sharing. That is something that you heard about this morning about how Launceston has worked. That is part of what we do under our program. It's also part of what we do outside of our program as a regulator, making sure that we're talking to the right people at the right time. The other thing that has happened at Launceston, and again, that was discussed this morning, is the environmental remedial order.
Yes.
Which came out of my...
That was going to be my next question. Well, just before we get to that particular point, at what stage did your department get involved in the process where on the timeline did you get involved in the process that Launceston Airport's been going through?
So as the regulator of that airport, it being a released federal airport, right back when the Airports Act was put in place in the late 90s. So we've been a presence as the regulator at the airport since that time. When PFAS became a known issue at this airport and at many other airports, our Airport Environment Officer was in conversation with Air Services as a tenant on the airport and the airport. So that dates back to the mid-2000s.
Righto.
And the roundtable was set up after that as a formal way to bring together.
So you were in the roundtable from the start, were you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. What's your understanding as to why Launceston Airport needed to take this to court to get action from, I understand, Air Services, or were you subject to that court?
We
proceedings as well.
But just to sort of clarify, there's kind of two separate processes there, I think you're talking about.
If you could clarify that would be...
I get Tori to just explain the nature of the environmental regulator role and the order through the environmental officer function. I think court proceedings is a sort of a separate issue. So perhaps if we can talk about the regulatory process, Air Services might be better placed to talk about.
Yes, I'll certainly ask them.
But we can cover that.
Yeah. So in short, we're not subject to those court proceedings that were referred to.
Yep.
Our role as a regulator is to provide that environmental regulatory oversight of the environmental management of the airport. So the airport leasee company, and in this case for Launceston, that's APAL, are responsible for the day-to-day management of the airport. That includes having a whole heap of obligations under our airport's environment protection regulations for how they do that for air, water, noise, soil, pollution matters. So our AEOs, as we call them, provide that day-to-day oversight. They're looking at what developments are happening on airport, how they're being done, what the monitoring results of surface and groundwater and what have you are saying. And if there is an issue that is not being taken in hand quickly or adequately enough, then they may escalate through to environmental remedial orders, and that's essentially...
Which is where you landed in ultimately. So how long did it take? I mean, that round table was set up in 2017 or 15? 17, I think.
That's right. So the ERO was issued...
24?
23.
23.
March 23.
23, okay. So we're looking at 7 years then from when the round table was set up to get action to when that order was...
So the round table was set up to not necessarily get action, but to coordinate action that was being undertaken by various parties, including Air Services. So
okay.
The activities of the round table were not in and of themselves the thing that led us to an environmental remedial order. Air Services were already investigating the lens that the AEO looks at through under our regulations is pollution occurring, do we know who the polluter is, and is appropriate action being taken in a timely way.
Okay.
And so as the information comes in...
But that delineation between yourselves and Air Services, they would be interested in specific areas that are subject to their lease.
That's correct.
Right. Anything outside that would be your purvey. Is that correct?
Well, that's where, that's correct. That the environmental regulator looks at oversighting the whole of the airport.
Yeah. But those, so as a tenant on the airport, Air Services is subject to requirements under our regulations in and of themselves. The airport themselves are also subject to those regulations, and any other operator on the airport. So, the likes of Qantas or, the food providers, they are all operators on the airport subject to our regs. So we are responsible for oversighting that compliance.
Right. And where does the Public Works Committee fit into this?
So the Public Works Committee works for the Commonwealth Government or the Australian Government for major capital works projects. So across the, any department or portfolio that's looking to do a capital work project over certain thresholds need to apply through the Public Works Committee to have that work reviewed.
But so they gave the $20 million to Launceston Airport to get this work underway. Is that
so? They're not a funder. Right. Think of it more as a sort of
approval through the Public Works Committee.
That's correct, but they don't provide the funding through that mechanism. It's think of it more as a sort of planning approval process rather than a funding process.
So who provides the funding then?
That's a matter for Air Services on how they fund their activities. So that's an Air Services.
Right, but what if the activities are on your area of responsibility?
So,
what if an area needs to be remediated near the runway? That's got nothing to do with Air Services.
So that's something that, in terms of our program and what we're doing through the Airports Investigation Program, we've got a program to look at the, testing, identifying the sources of the pollution and develop up to a remediation action plan. The processes for undertaking the remediation will be determined on a site-by-site basis, and, who's responsible and for the funding for that work is something that will, become through the later stages of that.
Okay. Could I ask this to Air Services? The Public Works Committee in early 2024 approved the works for Launceston received approval through the Public Works Committee in early 2024 with a cost estimate, the site exceeding 20 million. Was that essentially like the clearinghouse or the decision maker as to where the funding would flow to Launceston Airport? I'm still just not quite sure how it works.
Just Air Services, just before Air Services might like to add, but so Air Services provide the estimate for the detail of the works and the cost of that works as a part of their submission to the Public Works Committee.
Right.
The Public Works Committee will look at the details of that program of work and what's proposed.
And then approve it or
but
not
they're
approve it.
looking at, that's right, from a capital works process, but they are not the funding. They're not providing. They don't have a source of funding to allocate for projects. Is the distinction?
Okay, so the sources of funding for this, for the 130 million you mentioned earlier, would that be appropriate as a vehicle for funding, for example, the Launceston Airport works?
So that funding is targeted for the program investigation we're doing across all of that
So just for
program of
investigations?
works for the developing up to the management plans.
Right.
It's not targeted as a remediation
Right.
funding.
So where does the remediation funding come from then?
That will depend as airports and activities those plans are prepared.
Yeah.
The source of funding and the activities and what works needs to occur will be worked out through that process, but funding would need to be determined at that stage.
Okay,
there isn't there isn't a funding
so there isn't
stream
a funding vehicle at the moment.
Correct.
Right. That's where I was leading to.
Yep.
Okay. Could I ask, is that being looked at? Because obviously, I know with the Launceston Airport, the amount of money to do the job properly would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That's just for a smallish airport. I imagine there'd be other airports around the country that would be for a much bigger bill. Where are we at in terms of government looking at a remediation fund?
I mean, we can't talk to where the government more broadly might be at, but in
You
terms
don't
of the
provide advice to
program, what
them
we've
on this,
described is that we're kind of broadly about halfway through the investigation program and developing that work. So one of the key objectives of doing that is to be able to inform government about the scale and scope of work that's required that can help lead to those decisions and inform that process.
Okay.
So we're not at that process currently, but this information and the work of the program will inform what's needed and that will lead to options to develop what's required. So we can't expect government to fund now what is needed when we're still working out what needs to be done, if that makes sense.
So is that laid out in a process that the committee can now look at? Like, you're investigating, you're looking at Devonport and Burnie Airport. I don't know how long that'll take. No doubt you're looking at lots of other airports around the country based on your submission. Are we talking about 5, 10, 15, 20 years before we know how much money the government's or potentially may be up for? Like, we don't have that long to wait, surely.
So the program is funded through till 2027, so that's to take all 37.
The investigations program.
Investigations through to management plan. So between now and then, as airports conclude those steps through the program, we will start to have that visibility of what the scale of the problem looks like, and through standard reporting channels through, for a program of this nature, then, those updates would be provided, but we won't know the answer.
So we're going to get a final report with a cumulative assessment right across airports around the country that presumably gives a range of funding the government will need to do. But in the meantime, those who've already got plans in place, like Launceston Airport, things that could be done immediately, they'll have to wait until that's been concluded before they can apply for funding.
Well, there's currently no funding stream to apply for.
Yeah, so that's my question. So they'll have to wait till that's been approved, they've been finished. Then the government's going to look at it and make a whole of government decision, how much they're going to fund it, if they're going to fund it at all. And then at that point, maybe there might be someone they can apply to for funding. But in the meantime, there's no one.
I would just add that that's in a holistic perspective, correct? We're sort of working through the program of investigation, that will inform, the scale and extent of remediation work that might be required, and to think about the best way to take that forward. But having said that, that's at the sort of aggregate scale. So if there's work that needs to happen on a specific site, or we find that there's progress, that needs to happen earlier, then that's something that government can choose to consider. It's, add an.
Would that come to you? Like, for example, if I was Launceston Airport and I was pretty confident that I needed to spend this much to upgrade, remove soil, whatever it happens to be, what would I do now? Can you talk me through, like, what a process would look like? Who would they go to for funding? And you say there's no fund at the moment for this. So would there be some other fund they could apply to?
One of the questions that would be looked at is who is responsible for that remediation, and whoever is responsible for that remediation, it foots the bill. That's the reality of how it works. If that's the airport, then it's open to the airport to seek its own funding stream through whatever means, in the same way as it is for air services. So there's no given that what we find through our investigation program comes with a final price tag.
Or a public good.
Or a public
good funding
that
package.
Sits with the taxpayer as a piece. And I think the other thing to note is that the scale of remediation and the things that we might do or need to have done on an airport are very site specific. And so you saw yesterday the Launceston piece, that type of remediation and the scale of that and the extent to which it is being remediated may not be what's required at every site, and the detail of that isn't worked out until you kind of get past that management planning stage that says, and this is actually the remedial action that needs to be taken. So there is a lag between understanding how big the problem is and how you fix it, and then the price tag that comes with that.
So potentially some of these private airport owners or corporations have potential liabilities that they may not have known about when they bought these airports, if they do need to remediate. So that's well, I think as the chair has mentioned, I think it would be good to have the chemical companies pay for people who made billions of dollars out of the sale of these products to fund these kind of works. But all right, so I just wanted to get an idea on how that worked. Just last question, Chair, was in terms of the 130 million, is it? How much of that has been spent or been allocated, roughly?
I don't mind. We've got the same answer.
So committed to date, or as at 31st of January this year, so that's forward commitments plus spend, is $69.7 million, or 53% of the budget. Right.
53%. And could I perhaps, if Air Services could take it on notice, but I just want to know how much Air Services have had to spend on individual airports around the country in terms of investigation and remedial work. If that's broken down into different categories?
It's not broken down into categories. I can give you kind of a sum total. As of 30 June 2024, we had spent 88.3 million, and for 2023 financial year, 129 million. The costs from 1 July to date haven't been finalised yet, but that's the order of magnitude of our remediation and management investigation program across the country.
Right. If there's time, Chair, I do have some questions for Air Services, but I understand. Yep. So here we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions for Air Services. In your submission, you state that your approach is to manage PFAS through a range of corrective actions, and where this is not practicable or adequately addresses the risks, you look at remediation. And I'll ask more about remediation later, but could you please outline what corrective actions might entail?
Thank you, Chair. Other than remediation activity that we have obviously underway at Launceston and plans in place at a number of other airports, what we call management action, which is practical action we can take at certain sites, and it includes things like wastewater capture and removal or treatment, improvements in our stormwater infrastructure. It also includes removal of legacy PFAS impacted soil stockpiles or source material, which we've done at a number of locations. And it also includes the application of treatment products to things like concrete pads that Mr. Comley outlined previously, where we take some research and development technology that has been proven in the field and have been able to apply it at a number of locations. We're also upgrading various infrastructure to make it, I suppose, less conducive to PFAS migration. And so those are the types of management actions we take other than remediation activity.
Okay, thank you. Air Services is only investigating sites where it is aware of its own use of PFAS containing aqueous film-forming foams, and not sites where your predecessor organisations, Civil Aviation Authority and the Department of Transport might have used them. Can you tell us why you're not investigating all relevant sites?
Thank you, Senator. So we are actually investigating at a number of locations, and I'll break it down in a second, which includes former Commonwealth agencies, so essentially our predecessor organisations. Air Services was established in 1995 and has 27 fire stations around the country, so the 27 airports. The way that we've been able to identify where we've made contributions and where former agencies have is out of those 27 current fire stations, 5 of those locations are essentially new sites, such as Ballina, which haven't used previous PFAS-containing firefighting foams. So that takes our investigation site area down to 22. Of those 22 locations, 2 are Defence user facilities, so Darwin and Townsville, where Defence is leading the PFAS investigation at those locations, which takes our sites down to 20 locations. Out of those 20, Hamilton Island, we've identified no PFAS attributable to Air Services actions, and at Broome Airport has taken responsibility for the PFAS contamination at that location, which leaves 18 investigations currently underway out of those 27 locations. And I can go through those, where those locations are, if you would like the detail.
Could I ask that you put that on notice?
Include former Commonwealth agencies.
Would you mind sending that through to the committee, that list?
Yes, Senator, no problem.
Sorry, did you want to finish? Was there any further comment on that question?
No further comment, Senator. And sorry, we've got a bit of a delay, so apologies if I spoke.
That's okay. I'll ask my next question. You stated that the remediation of the PFAS contamination at Launceston Airport alone will be around $20 million, and Air Services is paying for this. Given the contamination stems from 3M's light water firefighting foams and basically their recklessness, have you considered pursuing 3M for these costs?
Senator, I think what I can say to that is that is probably a broader Commonwealth question, and might refer to the department if they have anything further to add on that, because I understand 3M was used at the time by a whole range of Commonwealth agencies potentially, and any decision to pursue 3M would be at the Commonwealth level. Air Services is not pursuing 3M.
Okay.
What I can confirm.
Thank you. Does the department
We'd have to take that on notice if there was anything we could add to that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So back to Air Services. Remediation action plans for Mackay, Rockhampton, Brisbane, Avalon, Karratha and Melbourne airports are underway and soon to be finalised. Have you got any estimated remediation costings for any of these?
No, Senator. Those will be finalised hopefully in coming months and in consultation with relevant stakeholders as to the specifics of that remediation activity and the technologies we'll employ, unless Mr. Comley's got anything further to add.
No, I don't, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have any estimates of how much it might potentially cost over the 45 identified sites across 18 airports? I mean, we've got budget estimates coming up.
Yes, Senator. We don't have any estimates. They need to go through quality and validation processes. There's a whole range of methodologies that are quite technically complex in here to try and give us at least a degree of certainty as to what type of dollars we're talking about. While we take a consistent approach and the methodology is something that we're applying across all our sites, each location will be determined on a case-by-case basis, and it's not necessarily going to be exactly like the activity we're undertaking at Launceston. And you can imagine it also depends on the scale. The amount of cubic soil that may need to be excavated and removed and then also treated has big implications of cost. And so we're just not at that stage to be able to provide that level of detail.
Thank you. Your proactive approach on conducting longitudinal health studies of the occupational exposures of PFAS is commendable. May I ask if the first or second study also looked at the disease burden among the participants and whether those with higher PFAS serum levels had a higher disease burden?
Thank you, Senator. That I might ask Ms. Peterson to add to kind of my introductory remarks. That initiative is something that we are very proud of. We acted very early and engaged health experts, noting that we're obviously not health experts ourselves. And so we engaged health experts to provide us with advice and also some reassurance to our staff, which included blood testing of our aviation rescue firefighters and emergency vehicle technicians. We've also, I suppose, gone through a number of rounds of that health study. The most recent one was in 2019, and we are going to go through another round, which is about to commence very shortly. So that is imminent. So I suppose I just wanted to reassure that that study isn't complete; it is ongoing. I might hand to Mr. Comley or Ms. Peterson to add to the specific question about disease impacts picked up in that study.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Scott. So I think the longitudinal blood study actually has two components to it. The first component is obviously the PFAS concentrations in the blood serum of our frontline staff, be that emergency firefighters or emergency vehicle technicians who historically may have had that direct exposure to the PFAS containing foams. So there's one sample is analysed for PFAS concentrations. A second sample is actually analysed for a range of what are called biochemical markers. Now, those biochemical markers include things like cholesterol levels, as well as a range of other biochemical indicators. I think it's quite important to note that the study or the presence of elevated or changes in biochemical markers is not a direct correlation with disease per se. So it's looking at biochemical markers, not necessarily at a correlation with health outcomes. The 2018-2019 study, which is actually published in 2020, did find some associations between blood PFAS serum levels and select biochemical markers, such as cholesterol. But the study, which is run independently of Air Services, is run by University of Queensland. They concluded that the biochemical markers were within the range of results to be considered normal, and that there was no observable link to adverse health outcomes. That, as Mr. Stoddart said earlier, so the university have currently been re-engaged, and the next round of the study will be kicking off imminently, with open to all our current and former frontline workers, firefighters, and the study actually will run through to 2028 with 2 rounds of blood and biochemical PFAS and biochemical sampling to be conducted.
Thank you. I'll ask, we've got to finish in 2 minutes, so Pete, unless it's burning, I'm going to ask one more question.
No, look, I'll put my questions on notice.
I'm sorry, Chair, it's Paul Stoddart from Services. Just in response to your question about estimates of remediation plans, what I can tell you is Rockhampton, which is currently before the Public Works Committee, is for a similar amount as Launceston, so in the vicinity of $20 million.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll ask my next question, and that is that Launceston Airport is surrounded by farmland, including cattle, which we know is very prone to accumulating PFAS, which then becomes part of the resulting dairy and meat products, so drinking PFAS milk and eating PFAS steaks. Have adjacent farmers been made aware of this risk? That's my first question there. And then have any of the cattle nearby been tested for their PFAS serum levels?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose my first comment is that we have not conducted any cattle testing, and we'd probably be deferring to the advice of the Department of Agriculture or the relevant Primary Industries Department in Tasmania for that type of advice. We have been engaging closely with landowners around the airport, where we have engaged over a number of years, which includes getting their permission to conduct testing and sampling on their properties. I think
we're aware of that. Sorry, just because of time, we are aware of that. We had a very good tour yesterday, but because we've seen PFAS in cattle elsewhere, there's been particularly the Blue Mountains, there's PFAS in cattle that's still going to the market. So would you consider offering testing of cattle to these farmers that you have this relationship with?
Senator, we would probably need again to defer to the advice of the Department of Agriculture on this, but we'd be open to having discussions with landowners on any concerns that they have, and that communication channel remains open today.
Okay, and over to Senator Whish-Wilson for the final question.
Thank you. A question to Air Services. I think it might have been you, James, or Paul that mentioned. I'm just cutting a little bit of your comment out here. You say where we can, we act where we can as quickly as we can. The case study we've kind of looked at today with Launceston Airport, the process they've gone through since 2017 with a roundtable through to the recent order that's been issued. Does Air Services kind of look back on this experience now and feel like you acted quickly enough? Look, I'm not being critical for the sake of being critical here. I'm looking at what's been learnt from this process. I mean, Launceston Airport had to take Air Services to court to get an outcome. Have there been lessons learnt here for Air Services? And will it be easier next time when an airport, for example, wants to get Air Services to take some action on a potential liability?
I think there's always lessons learned, Senator. We definitely have taken enormous amounts out of the last number of years. We're very conscious that there has been a long time of investigations, but we have really pivoted in the last couple of years to taking action, looking at remediation, and we've already mentioned the number of remediation plans we have in place at numerous airports around the country. We're also taking management action where it's really difficult to undertake remediation activity. I think, as I mentioned in my opening statement, civilian airports are extremely complex sites. They're operational sites. And it's not always the case where we are able to undertake large-scale remediation activity without disrupting significantly the operation of that particular airport. But we have, over the last number of years, worked out ways of I suppose, reducing timeframes. And what we are finding is a more positive, collaborative relationship with airports, which coincides with the action and the remediation we are taking with them. So, absolutely taking lessons out of previous experiences. We are definitely ramping up activity at a number of locations, as we've outlined, and including in our submission. And we think we're making improvements to our own processes along the way, while also working closely with the department and state and environment health regulators and environment regulators as well. So it's been a journey. It will continue, and the science continues to emerge and evolve in the space as well, which we'll take on board.
Thank you. Look, just a point of clarification, Chair. Does Air Services, do you have a budget for remediation of areas at airports directly under your responsibility, like, for example, your leased your leased areas. Do you have a budget for remediation, or is it something that is subject to the usual budgetary processes of government and annual budgetary processes?
Thank you, Senator. So we don't receive any appropriations from government. We're funded by the airlines. We do have a PFAS national management program, kind of as mentioned, and we do have provisions that we put in place for the activities we're undertaking. As I mentioned, I think previously in a response to the Chair, it's very difficult to estimate what the remediation costs might be for some of these activities at this stage. We're working through those now while we're completing detailed site investigations in parallel. All of these activities will give us better information, better data, which will give us more accuracy in what the estimates will cost. And so they vary from on a case-by-case basis and site-by-site. So we don't have a specific number I can give you for all the remediation activity and the management action work underway or planned.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have run out of time. We have a million questions, but we're going to need to put them on notice. So thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 2nd of April 2025. And that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared today and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.